So Kent's opening up their second innings with Ben Compton and Zach Crawley. First innings for Essex is 197 runs. Scorers are Laura Hart and Paul Parkinson.
Hello from Canterbury, day 4 of the action about to get underway from BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex on the BBC Sport app and website. It's dry here in case you're wondering if it's raining where you are listening from. A few showers on the way across from the west of the county this morning. And currently has actually clouded over, but Canterbury does tend to have a bit of a microclimate. So dry as things stand. Possibility of the odd light shower today, I believe. The equation, though, pretty simple in terms of the match situation. Kent have, unsurprisingly, been asked to follow on, being 197 runs behind Essex on first innings. And so they effectively have to bat out the day. And Essex need to take 10 wickets for the win, with the possibility of having to chase a small target, possibly. Later on in the day, we'll wait and see if something like that takes place, but it's Zach Crawley and Ben Compton who are out to open the innings for Kent, and Jamie Porter is set to get us underway from the Nackington Road end. Here he comes to Crawley. Just down the leg side and flicked away. Down towards fine leg for a single by Crawley. So Kent up and running for the day already. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Victoria Polly is here from BBC Essex. You can get in touch with us via Twitter or X. The email addresses as well. BBC Essex Cricket. KentCricket@gmail.com. As around the wicket now comes Porter to the left-handed Compton. He lets this one go outside the off stump. There's a few oohs and ahs that wasn't far away from said stump. Ben Compton will be happy with his judgment, at least. As demonstrated yesterday, this pitch is still pretty good. That might even be an understatement, as Porter is pushed into the offside by Compton. I guess good is a relative term, but it's, when I say good, I mean for batting. Joe Denley was pretty confident when I chatted to him last night. 87 he made. Said possibly left a few runs out there. I think he probably would have liked 100. Harry Finch made 85. But guys like Matt Parkinson, who was the night watchman, coming in overnight on the third day. As Compton defends this one from Porter, digging in as well. Ken losing just the 6 wickets on day 3. Essex with a bowler down. No Sam Cook, he wasn't on the field yesterday. He's not out there today either. Subfielder at extra cover at the moment, so Essex are a seamer down and not getting much help at all really from this wicket. So it could be a real grind if Essex are going to win this game. As Porter comes around the wicket, defended away by Compton. And actually, ironically, although there are some grey clouds just kind of wafting in over the hospital side of the ground. Actually, I think from Essex point of view, a little bit of rain might be a good thing, because just anything to potentially liven up this wicket a little bit. If a little bit of moisture gets on it, just to quicken it up a tad, that might be to their advantage. Whereas, of course, Kent don't mind if there's significant time taken out of the day's play. As Porter bowls, left alone by Compton outside the off stump. End of the first over of the day. And that BBC Radio Kent update is incoming. Yeah, good morning. It's dry Canterbury at the moment as well, so the players are out on the field and up and running for the day. So far, it's one without loss. Kent in their second innings, asked to follow on, having been bowled out in the final day of the action on day 3 for 394. So they're 196 runs behind Essex. They effectively have to bat out the day today in order to earn a draw, while Essex are looking to take 10 wickets, possibility that they might need to bat again. Kent do indeed have much work to do. I don't know why we got cut off there mid-update.
Cut off in your prime there, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. But Shane Snater's going to start from the pavilion end of Victoria's with us.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, grey skies overhead as Shane Snater is running in to Zach Crawley, who is on strike. That just passes the outside edge of the bat through to Pepper.
Hello to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as well, who have joined us for the early proceedings here at Canterbury on the final day. As you may have just been hearing in the BBC Radio Kent update, it is effectively a one-inning shootout today. Essex want 10 wickets, and maybe some runs. 196 the deficit at the moment. Kent just trying to look to bat out the day.
As Snater is into Crawley. He's played that one off the pad, big appeal from behind the stumps. Snater didn't really have much to say to the umpire, who was unmoved. A few spectators braving it. Haven't had any rain so far this morning in Canterbury, at least not since I got here about 9:30. But there are some threatening clouds around.
Yeah, my phone sort of says we might, like 40% chance we might get a bit of drizzle as the day goes on, but it seems bright elsewhere.
Snater into Crawley. Again, hit on the pads, and he's got him. Early wicket for Essex. Shane Snater striking, and Zach Crawley has to go.
Wow, what a start for Essex then. Crawley was not out the previous delivery. That one looked like it was probably sliding down the leg side, but Snater just tightening up his line. And Zach Crawley's feast, but mostly famine season continues. The amount of scores he's had in single digits so far this campaign, just the one that he picked up off the very first ball of the day of action to his score. And he walks off, just having a look at the replay now. Yeah, Crawley starts on probably a leg stump guard. Steps across his stump. Snater, a little bit of an angle in. It's probably hitting middle and leg stump. I think that's a pretty sound call from the umpire, and Kent are 1 for 1.
Daniel Bell-Drummond next in then for Kent. Good record against Essex. And they'll be hoping that he can dig in. There were some useful partnerships built for Kent yesterday in their first innings. Eventually Essex bowling their hosts out for 394. And they've got them 1 for 1 on the follow-on.
I don't think there was necessarily any big movement there, but this cloud cover overhead can't hurt for Essex, and like I say, with just a bit of moisture around it, even if we don't get any showers or whatnot, it Just feels like it might help Essex.
Snater is into Bell Drummond. Half appeal as the ball balloons up off the pad. Remember, Essex are having to do this without joint leading wicket taker Sam Cook. Was off the pitch all day yesterday, having pulled up with injury on day 2. Still no sign of him today. Essex monitoring that injury that he's picked up. Could be a big blow for Essex's T20 Blast campaign and any other hopes that Sam Cook might have had for this English summer, as Snater is into Bell Drummond. It's past the bat and through to Pepper.
Just look like it's done enough really for Snater in this over. It doesn't, as I say, look like anything huge in the air or off the pitch, but maybe just nibbling a touch, which is giving him some joy at the moment. And yeah, that massive early wicket is Zach Crawley.
Lots of noise, lots of encouragement around the Essex field. 2 slips in place as Snater is into Bell Drummond, who just defends that one down into the pitch. Final ball of the over, and that's a wicket maiden for Shane Snater, picking up the wicket of Zach Crawley earlier on here, and Kent 1 for 1.
So yeah, Zach Crawley's season, I was talking about it being feast or famine, but mostly famine. So he didn't play the first couple of rounds of matches, which were the Kookaburra Ball games, which in hindsight I'm sure he might have liked to, because everyone got runs those 2 weeks. So then against Surrey here at Canterbury, he got 5 and 4. So this was round 3 basically. At Lancashire, when Kent won at Old Trafford, he got 41 in the first innings and 1 in the second innings. Here against Worcestershire, he got 6 and 10 in that drawn game. Somerset got a first baller as Compton on strike, then the other opener, Porter around the wicket, couple of slips, spade off the back foot by Compton out towards mid-off. So it's at this point where Zach Crawley was averaging less than Matt Parkinson, which is what I mentioned yesterday. So Parkinson, you know, very much a bowler, spinner, albeit his batting has improved a lot this season. He got 25 in the first game against Somerset, new first-class best against Surrey of 39, and then he broke that yesterday with another first-class best of 48. But you know, before this game, before Zach Crawley's double ton, Crawley was averaging less than Matt Parkinson. Then he got 238 in the second innings at Taunton. But then this game, it's reverted back to how it was going. He got a 12 ball 16 in the first innings, then he's out for 1 in the second innings. So a little bit of a concern perhaps from we're talking about Sam Cook in an England point of view, as Porter bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Compton, that Zach Crawley's form so far this season is, well, if he gets beyond 10, he's got 2 decent, well, 41 is yeah, that's a decent score.
Yeah, he's gone on to make runs.
And then the 238. But he's just got to find a way of getting to 10, because all too often he's getting out cheaply at the moment. As Compton lets this one go from Porter outside the off stump. And I know it's something that Brendan McCullum has said before about Zach Crawley, and saying he's not going to be a consistent cricketer, which I think at the time when he said that caused a few ripples. People were thinking, what's he on about? And then actually Crawley was remarkably consistent in the winter.
Yeah,
he was consistently getting starts and getting 60s or 70s in India without going on and getting the big score. As Porter comes around the wicket, Compton just dead bats it into the turf and back towards the bowler. And then there's no doubt that he's got quality. I sometimes think that, I don't know, playing for Kent, he sort of maybe bats in a slightly different way to England. England, he knows that there's guys like Joe Root, Ben Stokes, etc. to come after him. He can play with a bit more freedom, possibly look to attack early on. Porter to Compton, thick outside edge, wide of second slip. That'll flash away down towards the third man boundary. So Compton off the mark with that, and Kent to 5 for 1 in their second innings, 192 behind after the loss of Crawley for 1. Yeah, I sometimes wonder whether Crawley maybe plays within himself for Kent just because he feels like he's a senior man in the dressing room and therefore he has to bat with some kind of responsibility.
Have a different kind of approach.
He was saying a few weeks ago, well actually the interview that he did with our colleague Ian Randall after the double 100 at Taunton was that he tries not to be too hard on himself these days when he gets low scores. Saying a little bit of luck, a couple of poor shot choices. Sometimes as an opener you get a good ball, don't you, early on. As Compton nudges this into the onside for a single. And then sometimes, as with Zach, if you're trying to be that bit more positive, you might play a shot and get out. So, yeah, he was sort of talking about it being a mixture of the two. Why he hadn't got a score yet this season. He's obviously got one, and a huge one at that. But unfortunately, hasn't then been able to use that, I guess, to grab hold of a bit of form.
Yeah, and I guess it's frustrating because you know he's capable of it. And it is a case of sometimes just seeing out that early pressure and getting into the innings. But if you can't get past that 10 mark, then not only are you making it difficult for yourself, you make it difficult, like you say, for those who follow you. Snater's going to continue from the pavilion end for Essex, the man who's got the early breakthrough in the morning session here on day 4. Compton's just having a look around, doing a bit of gardening. Well, Shane Snater has a quick chat with his captain Tom Wesley, who we saw bowling yesterday to good effect for Essex. Snater's going to come around the wicket to Compton, who just dabs that one into the offside. Dot ball to start the over. So in place of Sam Cook, we have got the teenager Noah Thane out on the pitch in the field for Essex as Snater is into Compton, again defending that into the offside for no run. You can see Feroz Kushi out as another subfielder for Essex. That might just be a temporary thing.
Yeah, I think he did just jog on a moment ago, didn't he? The overheads are very odd at the moment because it's very grey out towards the village of Nackington over the far end, but then looking over to the hospital side there's a little bit of blue sky. So yeah, it's quite patchy in Kent today, the weather.
Snater in again to Compton. He turns that one into the leg side. 3 dot balls so far in this over from Shane Snater.
He's been on the money so far. Guess he doesn't always get a chance to have a crack with a new ball with Mrs. Cook and Porter around, so enjoying the opportunity that he's got here.
He has taken some key wickets so far in this county championship campaign for Essex when required, and of course he enjoyed himself with the bat here earlier on in the game for Essex, scoring a career best 83 as Snater is in to the left-hander who plays that one back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, good noise from the Essex fielders, trying to G one another up.
23 wickets so far for Shane Snater this season.
Yes, quite something that's definite strength of this Essex side, their bowling attack. You've got someone like Snater backing up the other two in Cook and Porter.
Snater into Compton. Again, just pushing that one into the offside. Lots of encouragement for that line and length from Snater.
Feels like he's really come on as a cricketer, actually, in red ball cricket over the last couple of years, Shane Snater. Just thinking back to, say, when Matt Quinn was at Essex, you'd have maybe Matt Quinn was probably ahead of him in the queue at that point. He was obviously a bit younger, Shane Snater, and you know, Porter, Cook, Quinn, etc. Maybe an overseas player as well as Harmer.
Snater is into Compton, who tries to turn that one round the corner. There's a tumbling dive from Pepper to stop the ball, and that's the end of the over. Maiden from Shane Snater. Kent 6 for 1. Yeah, when he first came to Essex, it was very much part of the second team and wasn't a name anyone knew, wasn't a player that anyone really knew what to expect from. Saw him a bit in the One Day Cup and but perhaps a couple of odd games, and to be frank, he didn't do anything that impressive, and you did think, oh, is this just sort of a fringe player that will be around as and when Essex need them? But he's gradually developed, he's worked his way into the first team, and actually when he's not available and when he picked up a bad calf injury last season for Essex and missed out, he is a player that you do feel leaves a gap in the Essex side, because he can be that all-rounder. He's more than capable with the bat, as we've seen, and takes the key wickets with the ball.
Yeah, it just feels like he's really improved over the last couple of seasons or so. As Porter's running in, bowling to Bell Drummond, who's guiding this one to Snater at backward point. Picks it up in his left hand, makes the stop. Because, of course, Aaron Beard, we were chatting yesterday about how long he's been at the club, and yeah, previously you would say Matt Quinn was ahead of him in the queue, Aaron Beard was. You know, there were other seamers that were getting in the Essex Red Bull side, but Snater's come in and is increasingly looking, you know, as good and as useful as Cook and Porter almost, as Jamie Porter bowls on the stumps, defended away by Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, when you've got the likes of Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, it is difficult for some of the other seamers to really get a run of first-class cricket. The likes of Aaron Beard, who has been included as the extra seamer for Essex in this game, and thankfully so with the injury to Cook. But Ben Allison as well is another player who's always been on the fringes. He's very capable with the bat when he has been given a chance with Essex or when he's been out on loan elsewhere.
Porter bowls. Well, Drummond just nudges this one firmly up towards mid-on, where Nick Brown does the fielding. Yeah, there's some talented young lads in that second team at the moment, isn't there? With both the Allisons, with Charlie, Ben's brother. You've mentioned obviously Noah Thane being on the field for those cushies come through. Robin Das getting a go in the T20 team last year. Benkenstein.
Yeah, here's the Allison, Thane and Benkenstein, all part of the England under-19s squad over the winter, so they've had some really valuable international experience too.
Here comes Porter bowling. Clipped away nicely by Bell Drummond, firmly through mid-wicket. There is a deep square leg, but he won't cut it off, so that's gone out towards the boundary. And Bell Drummond moves to 4, and Kent's to 10 for 1. Zach Crawley, the early departure, LBW to Snater. Bell Drummond off the mark with a very nice stroke into the leg side. Good balance from him. Like Crawley made 16 in the first innings. Compton making 41, having had a couple of decent knocks at Somerset last week. Compton made 43 and 65. There's Porter bowls and defended away by Bell Drummond. Of course, it was these two that on the Saturday of the game at Chelmsford batted for ages. Both made hundreds. 165 a new first-class career best for Compton in the reverse fixture. And Bell Drummond made 135 in that round 2 of the championship, that second Kookaburra ball game, after Sam Cook and co had bowled Essex to victory in round 1. As Porter bowls, edged wide of second slip and away for 4 runs, down towards a vacant third man. Hands on his hips for Jamie Porter. Bell Drummond just very casually taps the middle of the pitch and goes down to have a chat with Ben Compton. He'll take those 4 runs very gratefully. He moves to 8 and Kent to 14 for 1. So deficit is down to 183. Joe Denley was saying last night that, you know, it's still a good pitch. There's still scoring opportunities. Essex will have to attack to try and take their wickets. Maybe surprising that they've only got 2 slips actually in these early stages when After the loss of Zach Crawley, you would perceive that Kent are under a little bit of early pressure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard work, though, for the Essex bowlers. We spoke to Matt Critchley at the end of play last night, having taken 5 wickets for Essex, and he was getting through his overs at such a speed during yesterday's play as Snater is into Compton. Just dabbed away for no run. And he said he probably wasn't expecting to bowl as much as he did, but Essex were trying different things to break initially that partnership between Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson, and navigating the fact that they didn't have Sam Cook on the pitch to try and find that wicket. So I said, what's the plan? Are you going to, how are you going to try and approach tomorrow? And he said, well, attack as much as we can, but it's not necessarily the kind of pitch that you can go out and out attack on, as Snater is into Compton, which uses the wrist to play that one into the leg side. Matt Critchley, that man was just talking about, at deep square leg, doing the fielding as they come through for the single.
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a slow wicket. It's the sort of pitch that, in theory, is pretty golden from days 1 and 2 to allow teams to try and bat big, and maybe for the spinners to come into play as the day and the game goes on. And obviously Critchley got 5 wickets in the Kent first innings.
Drummond on strike as Snater is in over the wicket, just lets that one pass by the off stump through to Pepper, and we saw the Essex captain Tom Wesley bring himself on to bowl yesterday, which we haven't seen too much of in recent seasons, with his spin, having only bowled 6 overs before yesterday this season. He bowled 11 and took 2 wickets, so Essex found the way to get through those wickets that they needed later on in the day. Be interesting to see how quickly they turn to the likes of Harmer, Critchley, maybe even Wesley, as Snater is in over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who just defends that one into the offside for no run. No ball signalled.
Yeah, so Harmer 14 wickets so far this season, less than Critchley, and none for 111 in the first innings. Can't imagine that's happened all too often for Simon Harmer in an Essex shirt.
And very unusual to not see Harmer amongst the wickets.
Like you say, Wesley bringing himself on, and he got a couple, so Simon Harmer would have been looking at that going, what am I doing wrong?
Snater into Bell Drummond, who just lets that one pass through once more to Pepper.
Tom Wesley's bowling average is looking very handsome after that. He's actually jumped above Snater and Porter in the averages, with only Sam Cook having a lower one. Tougher for Aaron Beard, who's at the bottom of said averages. He really didn't get a lot of luck yesterday, did he? He had Harry Finch dropped at deep square when he was on about 9, and Finch went on to make 85.
As Snater is into Bell Drummond, who again just lets that pass by. Yeah, again, when I was talking to Matt Critchley, he was the man to drop that Harry Finch catch, so diplomatically asked him about that, and he did apologise to Aaron Beard. Aaron Beard about the drop catch on the boundary that gave Harry Finch the chance he needed to get away with the runs.
I guess when he's got 5 wickets with the ball, he
was in a fairly good mood.
Yeah,
I think
it's probably a safe environment.
Snater into Bell Drummond, defends that one back down the pitch to Snater. End of the over, Kent 17 for 1, Compton on 6, Bell Drummond on 8.
So thanks to Nick, who's emailed in on kentcricket@gmail.com, just talking about what I was saying a moment ago on Zach Crawley. He says, hi Ben, Rezak, one thing he didn't add is most, if not all, his dismissals were outplaying defensive shots. I think that was a statement / question mark. That there's been a couple this season where he has got out, maybe chasing deliveries that he didn't need to. I think that the first innings at Old Trafford when he was on 41 kind of goes along with this point that you're making. He says, is it not worth saying to him, go for it, better to get a quick 30 than get stuck on a low score like the old days when Mark Elam and co used to go in early at the top of the order as a bit of a pinch hitter. Gutted for Zach as he was player of the tour in India. Certainly believe that he'll turn it around. And I do think possibly that Zach Crawley has been almost caught in 2 scores of thought at times for Kent this season. Does he try and bat responsibly and knock his way to 10? Or does he go out and bat the way he does for England? So Aaron Beard is going to replace Jamie Porter. An early bowling change at the Nackington Road end, down the leg side, as it's a good take from Pepper, moving to his right. And actually that first innings at Lancashire was a prime example of that. He was kind of digging in, batting like a traditional opener. There was a couple of LBW appeals that he survived, and he thought, I'm getting a bit stuck here. And then he hit, I think he went 4-4-4-2 or something in a single over, just really exploded. As Compton pulls this one away out towards the deep square leg fielder, which is Jordan Cox, and he'll get a single. But then in the next over, I think he chased the wide one and got caught behind. So yeah, I think he's almost struggled to find that balance, apart from, of course, the second innings against Somerset, where he got going and kept going and kept going and was unbelievable.
I wonder how different it is for the England players. I mean, we don't have any now in the Essex squad to talk too much about Bazball. The only one before he departed for Surrey was Dan Lawrence on the fringes. But I wonder how different the approaches are, and the mindset change of when you're in that England way of playing and then coming back to a county that doesn't necessarily play in the same way.
Beard bowls. Well, Drummond turns this one away into the onside. I don't think it has helped for Kent in a large amount this season, and for Crawley, that they've often been behind the game. And so often, I was saying this to Joe Denley last night, you know, here we go, Kent are into another 4th day, and you're trying to bat out the day for the draw, and it's happened a few times this season. On the one hand, you can say that's not ideal. On the other hand, as a player, you can say, well, we've got a bit of experience of doing it. As this one's left alone by Beau Drummond outside the off stump. Beard continuing. But for Crawley, I think if Kent could, you know, if Kent were in slightly better positions in games, apologies if you just lost the line for a moment there. Here at Canterbury, Kent at 18 for 1. This one is outside the off stump from Beard and left alone by Daniel Beau Drummond. I think we've had a couple of technical gremlins this morning, but maybe they were just trying to get me to stop waffling. But hopefully you can hear us again now. Anyway, we were just, well, I was ranting slightly, and we had that email from Nick talking about Zach Crawley and how his struggles this season, whether it's been in 2 minds about how to approach it. Left alone once more by Beau Drummond. Beard taking over from Porter from the Nackington Road end. 7 overs gone. Kent 18 for 1. 179 runs behind, rather. And Essex needing 9 more wickets to try and win the game. There's an update on the way here for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. Kent are 18 for 1 after the opening half an hour of play here on the final day, losing Zach Crawley LBW to Shane Snater early on. The season for the England opener continues to, well, baffle really the fact that he scored 238 against Somerset in the previous game, but prior to that and just a single knock against Lancashire, where he scored above double figures. He has really struggled so far this campaign, and that has continued with the early departure, LBW to Snater. So Daniel Bell-Drummond has once again come in at number 3 to join Ben Compton, the opener. These two in the reverse fixture both got centuries at Chelmsford, and Kent will be very much hoping that they can dig in this situation as well, because they're trying to bat out the day essentially for a draw, while Essex are looking for 9 more wickets to try and win the game. The deficit between the teams is currently 179, so a possibility that the visitors would need to chase a small target if they did take those wickets. But from Kent's point of view, and from Essex as well, the rain's staying away at the moment, so it is a pretty straight shootout, this one innings game, to see how this result will be decided, either an Essex win or a drawn game. So driven away there by Compton through backward point. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Kent will move to 20 for 1. The commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website.
Yeah, nice shot there from Ben Compton, just picking out the fielders in tandem on the boundary to save the 4 runs. Jamie Porter and Noah Thane out in the offside. So a dot and 2 runs so far from this Shane Snater over is into Compton again, who's lunging forward and pushing up to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts, Nick, on kentcricket@gmail.com. You can also get in touch with BBC Essex Cricket
at gmail.com.
There we go.
We always get it by the 4th day, don't we? And then we have to remind ourselves by the next time. Snater coming around the wicket to Compton. He plays that one into the leg side. Round comes Aaron Beard from fine leg as they take the single. Shuffle the field for the right-left combination. You can always drop us a message on X as well, at BBC Essex Sport. Posted a couple of pictures from this morning, had a quick walk round the outfield and sat with a nice coffee and a bacon roll when I got here this morning, Ben, because it was sunny.
Oh, excellent. Sounds like a very nice start to the day. Somebody's behind the sight screen at the Frank Woolley stand away to our right. They've waved him away now.
And Shane Snater can begin his run up into Bell-Drummond. Flicks that one into the leg side.
Yeah, once again, apologies for some of the gremlins that we've had on the line so far today. Thanks to those of you that have got in touch to say it's been flicking in and out a little bit.
I hope we got the wicket.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I've dialed it in and out now, so normally that's the old
turn it off, turn it on again, and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's the general tactic. As it is with so many appliances, it seems.
Snater into Bell-Drummond, defending back down the pitch. Kent remain in 21 for 1. It's as much as my technology capabilities allow. Turn it on, turn it off again, and hope for the best. That's the end of the Snater over.
Yeah, well, our emailer says the tech people need to sort your feed out. Well, that's pretty
that's
much
us.
us. So yeah, we don't have the luxuries of a producer sorting out the kit for us and connecting us up. So yeah, fingers crossed that will have done the trick. But yeah, thanks to those of you that are now joining in the debate, adding on from what Nick was saying about should Zach Crawley kind of go in and try and be positive and look to play shots like he does for England. John's saying, it seems to me from the 3 or 4 innings that I've seen this season, he's got pinned on the crease early, got away with one early on at Taunton in the 2nd innings before he got moving. Maybe some dance moves in the changing room needed before he goes out, as Aaron Beard is around the wicket to Ben Compton. It's let go outside the off stump. Mike Watkinson saying, let's be honest, this isn't feast or famine. Zach's had one gluttonous blowout, one normal meal, and the rest of it, well, you're supposed to ingest 2 litres of water a day. Zach's existing on half a pint is the analogy that he's gone for. He says, I've always maintained and still do that his natural position is number 3. what he thinks himself, I have no idea. As Beard comes around the wicket and Compton plays it away. I think there was a time where Zach would have said the same thing himself, that he's batted at number 3 a lot, but I think he's also opened a lot in his lifetime, in his career, various age groups. So I think he's, you know, arguably comfortable with either. But I certainly understand where you're coming from, in that, you know, stereotypically, as Beard comes around the wicket and it's let go by Compton, you would have two kind of nuggety openers. In a lot of teams, in 4-day, 5-day cricket over the years, you've had two nuggety openers whose job is to see off the new ball. And then the number 3 bat is the Zach Crawley, who's got all the shots, who can get on the front foot and dominate and score quickly. Okay, that's changed slightly with, say, probably Matthew Hayden has changed that trend globally, the way that he would come in for that really strong Australian team. That's Compton, who is that more traditional old school opener, gets a thick edge to this one down towards deep point for a single. And obviously with the Brendan McCullum England team, Zach Crawley fits the bill for the right-handed aggressive top order player that they want. Alongside Ben Duckett, the two seem to complement each other well. But anyway, to continue Mike's email, he says, let someone else take the shine off, have a chance to watch the game, give the conditions a chance to improve, etc. Because England have no openers, he has to open, therefore he opens for Kent. But he's saying that doesn't necessarily need to be the case. Spear bowls down the leg side to Bell Drummond. Good stop that from Michael Pepper. Moving away to his left.
Yeah, it's all about the combinations as well, isn't it? Depends who is opening alongside, like you say, when it's England, Duckett, when it's Kent, Compton, and the different types of players that you're having to try and complement and work alongside.
Beard bowls. Bell Drummond forward and defending. That's half an appeal for maybe a little bit of inside edge onto pad, but seemed pretty firm enough defensive stroke from where we're sitting. Played away into the offside. Kent 22 for 1. Yeah, just to try and summarise the rest of Mike's email, he's talking about how when Sam Billings was occasionally away with England and Adam Rouse would be doing okay behind the stumps, but then Billings would come back in for him. Obviously Mayeye was at the top of the order at the start of the season. Crawley's come back in for him and got 1 score, albeit Mayeye struggled at the start of the season as well, and is now part of the second team, who are very much gearing up for the T20. I think there's a match over at Polo Farm later on today. Sam Billings was on the ground when I came in and saying he was off to play in that game. So yeah, it's certainly a bit of a conundrum at the moment, I think, for Kent with Zach Crawley. He's the one man out so far today, LBW to Snater. Since then, Bell Drummond with 8 and Compton 11 have taken the Kent score up to 22 for 1.
Wesley, the captain, just directing some field placings as Snater will continue from the pavilion end. Points on the board, by the way, Kent 3 and Essex 5. Compton on 11, waiting for Snater, who is in. That's defended. And Nick Brown will jog from mid-on to field. No run.
So yeah, T20 cricket today at Polo Farm, 2 o'clock start. Kent are playing Middlesex in the second 11 T20 South Group. One would assume that you can get in for free. I think that's normally the case. And then also at Southend, Essex second 11 are playing Sussex second 11 in T20. That one starts at 1 o'clock.
We were talking yesterday about the T20 double-header that was due to take place at Castle Park in Colchester, as Snater is into Compton He flushes that one into the offside, straight to Noah Thane for no run. The game against Kent in the first T20 was a washout, but they did get on against Suffolk and absolutely thrashed them by 75 runs in their T20 campaign. So good win for the Essex women in that one. Shane Snater just turning on his mark. Kent 22 for 1, and he's into Compton, who's defending. Hands on the head from Snater. It's the sun just creeping through those clouds now. There's a message on X as well, Ben, about Crawley that we'll get to in a moment. Ben Compton is waiting 3-dot ball so far this over from Snater. He moves the bat out of the way, lets that one through to Pepper.
Yeah, there's from Wavy, who's got in touch, saying Crawley averaging 9.33 if you exclude the one fabulous innings, which I don't think you can exclude that because it exists. But I do get your point that he has very much struggled aside from that one innings.
It's that word consistent that you mentioned earlier. It's that's what you want to see as Snater is into Compton. Gets a lovely drive there. Will be chased by Jamie Porter, so he'll only get a single for it. I didn't quite get the full connection to send it racing away to the boundary, but it's a single from Ben Compton to move on to 12. Kent 23 for 1.
Of course, we're having all this debate about 4-day cricket and whatnot, and yet this is the last round of matches for a little time, with the blast coming around the corner. So Kent have the luxury of being able to call upon Zach Crawley in the T20 blast this year, with the fact that the Test summer is delayed because of the T20 World Cup.
Snater is into Belle Drummond, who just dabs the bat down on that one and gets the single at the end of the over. So he'll keep the strike. Kent 24 for 1. So he'll be involved.
Yeah, so you wonder if that'll free him up a little bit in terms of his form. But yeah, absolutely, he'll definitely be part of that team. He was out in the Big Bash in the winter, playing it in that competition with the Scorchers. I guess from Kent's point of view, they'll have Crawley and Mieye and or Belle Drummond. That'll probably be the top 3. Maybe one of those misses out, because you've also got Denley, Billings. Leaning's got that hand injury at the moment, so it is a possibility that you'd go Crawley, Mieye, Belle Drummond, Denley, Billings as your top 5. They've lost Jordan Cox, of course, from the team from last year.
Strong top 5 though.
So yeah, maybe that's your top 5 with Leaning 6.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Jordan Cox in the white ball stuff. He has been so impressive, and Essex have done well in the T20 competition, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he can complement that side.
So Beard from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Belle Drummond. He's flayed this away offside, and despite the best attempt of the sub-fielder at extra cover, in fact it was Jordan Cox who was trying to stop it at extra cover. He got a hand on it, but it was too powerfully struck by Belle Drummond and goes away to the boundary for 4. Yeah, last year Cox averaged, I think I was reading an article the other day saying he was averaging 23 or something for Kent in red ball cricket last year. But yeah, white ball, he played some match-winning knocks as Beard is turned away by Belle Drummond into the onside, particularly at Hove, where he I think got 80 something and pretty much single-handedly won Kent the game in the run chase. So yeah, last season from a Kent point of view, his red ball form had dropped. The previous year he'd got quite a few 50s and not gone on to get, say, that big score that he had done in the Bob Willis Trophy year where he got the double 100 against Sussex. But the white ball prowess was very much still there from when he helped Kent win the Blast a couple of years ago, as Bell Drummond drives up towards mid-on and he had that fantastic knock in the final. So yeah, absolutely, he will be a stunning addition for Essex in T20 cricket, and it's the sort of player, as we've seen, like you say, in the red ball so far this year, when he gets going, he can take a game away from a team single-handedly. So
he's not shy either about his ambitions. He said to me he wants to keep for Essex when he can with his hand injury, because he sees that as his way into the England T20 side.
Beer bowls. Oh, that's a full delivery. There was half an appeal for an LBW. Whether Bell Drummond got some bat on it or they thought it was going down the leg side, I'm not sure, but they halted their appeal. Yeah, you could have stopped your sentence after 3 words there. Jordan's not shy.
No, yeah.
But yes, absolutely. He's quite a character, but he's a super confident lad, and he's got so much ability. And there's beer bowls to Bell Drummond. This one defended away into the offside. Of course, yeah, he's not keeping at the moment because of that hand injury he got in the 100 last year.
Yes, and it will be interesting. Adam Rossington is first choice keeper for Essex. He's out with a hand injury as well at the moment. Michael Pepper with the gloves. He had a hand injury a bit earlier on in the season as well. So Essex had Harry Duke on loan from Yorkshire for 2 games. But when Rossington, Pepper and Cox eventually is fit, you wonder, I think it will probably be between Rossington and Cox. But of course, going on to the future, I guess they see Cox in that position.
Being a bit wider on the crease, down the leg side. End of the over, Kent to 28 for 1. 11 overs gone in this second innings here on day 4 on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, BBC Sport Online. Yeah, I mean, those names you mentioned there, the wonderful thing is, from an Essex point of view, that you could pick any of them as a batter anyway, couldn't you? Certainly in white ball cricket. There's your power hitting, along with Critchley, who is a little bit more orthodox in the middle order. Already talked about the youngsters like Das and Cushy.
Yeah, and interesting, you were talking about the combinations earlier with Zach Crawley and who he was batting and opening alongside and the different approaches. I think we've seen Essex try out those different combinations as well with their batting, starting off the season with Dean Elgar and Feroz Cushy as the openers, 2 very different players. Cushy are more aggressive and Elgar playing himself in, and perhaps you wondered whether Essex saw Elgar and Nick Brown as 2 similar players that you didn't particularly want opening together, but that's what we've seen in this game. They've switched things around, and they've had to switch things around at times because of the injuries that they've had within the squad. But I guess it's good that they've got the options, but maybe they haven't quite worked out which combination suits. Jamie Porter is going to bowl from the pavilion end into Compton, who drives that one straight to Thane in the covers for no run. I was chatting last night after to play, and someone was asking me about what kind of reception I thought Dan Lawrence would get when he faces Essex for Surrey. And I think there was a bit of surprise when he first announced that he was leaving Essex to join the county champions, as Porter is into Compton on the toes, straight back down the pitch to Porter. But I think most people respect the decision, and actually I think because of the way Jordan Cox has played and the way he has performed as that kind of Dan Lawrence replacement, people aren't too bitter about Dan Lawrence going, because actually Jordan Cox is a more than capable replacement who has done well and consistently done well for Essex so far this season. Porter moving into Compton, who lets that one go, and it's gone through Pepper as well. Harm will just jog after it as they come through for the bye.
Yeah, I think it'd be a real shame if there was anything but respect for what Dan Lawrence has done in an Essex shirt over the years. Yeah, there might be a few people, as there are in terms of Kent supporters, who are very disappointed about Cox leaving.
I think it was off the back of, there was a couple of boos for Cox on day 2. I think that was what we were talking about. And
Sure.
yeah, like you say, you always get a couple of people, but on the whole, no one really begrudges players of these opportunities, do they? Kent 29 for 1. Bell Drummond, he's on 13. As Porter moves into the right-hander over the wicket. And he'll play that one up to mid-off.
I don't know, because you'll know more from me than how some Essex supporters will feel about Dan Lawrence, but there will definitely be a section of Kent fans who were upset about Cox leaving because of the fact that it followed Ollie Robinson also leaving, and Kent have gone from having Billings, Robinson, Cox as keepers to just Harry Finch, who has only really been doing it over the last couple of years.
Porter into Bell Drummond, who leaves that one outside the off stump for no run. Yeah, I think initially a bit of surprise, and people sometimes get upset with Surrey anyway, don't they?
Yeah,
so,
quite. That's
to put it diplomatically.
A general county cricket fans' view that Surrey pinch everyone's players, and in the same way that Nottinghamshire have taken a lot of players off Leicestershire and Worcestershire over the years.
But then Lawrence continued to be a part of the team and perform well for Essex. So Porter is in, and that one's dug out up to mid-off by Bell Drummond for no run. End of the Jamie Porter over, and it's a maiden.
Yeah, and actually, because Jordan Cox got that hand injury in the 100, he didn't actually end up playing at the back end of last season. So it was obviously known that he was leaving, and then he never got back in because of injury. So it was a slightly strange kind of parting of the ways. But yeah, like I say, it's the frustrations from the supporters are probably not entirely at Jordan's feet. It's also because of the fact that Ollie Robinson was a big fan's favourite, and he was almost let go or allowed to leave in order to keep regularly and not to stunt his career because of Billings and Cox being ahead of him in the queue, if you will, for the gloves, and Robinson was being moved around quite a lot. And yet then Cox has vacated, Sam Billings has stopped playing red ball cricket, and Kent have gone from having 3 wicket keepers to none effectively until Harry Finch has kind of filled those gloves. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily all Jordan Cox's fault, although I think plenty of certain individuals within the club felt like they did everything they could to keep him happy. And Simon Harmer then comes in and bowls to Ben Compton. There's a diving effort from Noah Thane moving away to his right. I think if you look at some of the club statements that were put out when Jordan Cox left, I think maybe a couple of tweets from the club captain at the time as well. There was a real disappointment. There's a shout for LBW, but I think Ben Compton has very much got the bottom end of his bat on that.
And he's just holding it just to
make the point.
We were talking yesterday about the T20 matches that Middlesex are playing at Chelmsford.
Harmer bowls to Compton. There's a shout for LBW, and it's been given. And Harmer, with his 3rd ball of the day, has got the breakthrough, having toiled yesterday with absolutely 0 reward. None for 111 in the first innings, but he has his wicket in the second. Ben Compton goes for 12, having looked so assured at the top of the order. Had faced 40 balls with a single boundary and had been certainly digging in and looking like he was going to frustrate Essex. But the bowling change has done the trick for the visitors. Simon Harmer has removed Ben Compton, and Kent are 29 for 2.
Yeah, like you say, so much hard work and so many overs that Simon Harmer got through yesterday without any kind of reward. And with that bowling change this morning, he's managed to get an important wicket for Essex, 2 wickets inside the first hour of play here on day 4 now, which from an Essex point of view they'll be pleased about, because they were just starting to build that partnership, Compton and Bell Drummond, and we've seen them do it before. We saw them do it at Chelmsford. It's the one thing that Essex won't want is to let anyone start to get a bit of momentum and build any kind of partnership. So good breakthrough for Essex, good for Simon Harmer as well, because that might just give him a bit of confidence, and once Simon Harmer gets going, he could be pretty pivotal on this final day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. It's the cloud cover just starting to roll over Canterbury once again. Overhead conditions make it look like it's possibly a day for the seamers, but no joy thus far for Beard or for Porter. Snater getting the early breakthrough of Zach Crawley, and now Ben Compton, the other opener, has followed. So Marcus O'Riordan comes out to bat at number 4, who's playing for Kent, of course, because of the injury to Jack Leaning, having picked up a hand injury en route to scoring 179 not out in that mammoth knock against Worcestershire, which almost pretty much single-handedly helped Kent earn the draw in that one before his teammates chipped in the second innings. Another helmet being brought out. The 12th man's only just gone off the pitch. He's coming back
Cushy
on.
busy.
Just about to have a look at that replay actually of the wicket. Yeah, just gave it a little bit more flight, possibly, Simon Harmer, than we saw from him yesterday. He was at times bowling quite flat, but he's just giving that a little bit of loop. Yeah, that looks pretty good. No complaints about that one at all. So 2 LBW decisions have got the ball rolling for Essex. Kent 29 for 2. Marcus O'Riordan to the crease, goes back and pushes it back to the bowler. And when we're talking about Kent batters who have played so far this season, you've got Jaden Denley, you've got Tawanda Mayeye, who played in the first couple of matches. O'Riordan playing this one back up the pitch. He's effectively come in as a replacement for Jack Leaning in the last couple of weeks, rather than those 2 guys, interestingly. Having missed a lot of cricket over the last couple of seasons through injury, played a lot of second team cricket. This one pushed away back to the bowler. Got 100 captaining the second team earlier on in the campaign. And a wicket maiden there for Simon Harmer as we tick past midday then. A couple of breakthroughs for Essex, who had to be very patient yesterday. And yeah, very much game on here at Canterbury. The deficit remains at 168, so still a long way for Kent just to get to parity.
I wonder if Captain Tom Wesley will look at that from Simon Harmer, and how soon we might see the Matt Critchley's leg spin, or Wesley himself, judging by yesterday's performance, to come on with the ball. But it will be Jamie Porter to continue from the pavilion end. Into Bell Drummond. Doesn't get full connection on that one, but manages to turn it into the leg side for a single. bbcscricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Richard's been on regarding Dan Lawrence. Says, good to hear you. Hopefully you'll be describing 9, now 8 actually, more wickets today. Regarding Dan Lawrence, I've got no issue with him moving to Surrey. Fantastic setup, and it should be a good opportunity for him. The problem is talking about Surrey suiting his ambitions with reference to England, suggesting that Essex was the reason for his international career not taking off. and nothing to do with form for the bat, says Richard.
Interesting. Thank you for your email, Richard. As I say, from
Porter is into O'Riordan, who plays that one with a straight bat into the offsides.
Yeah, as I say, from my perspective, I've only, seen this Dan Lawrence stuff from the outside and read a few articles along those lines, and there was something as well about him and his partner wanting to live in London and experience that lifestyle a little bit, with them being, the age that they are. I think that's a poignant point, if you will, from Richard, saying about, does scoring runs for Surrey put you in the England frame more than it does for Essex? It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. That's for sure. As O'Riordan plays this nicely, back past the bowler. Porter continuing. BBC Radio Kent update on the way as O'Riordan comes back for 2. Yeah, tricky first hour for Kent in this one. They are 32 for 2 in their second innings, still 165 runs behind Essex, effectively needing to bat out the day for a draw. Essex now just need 8 more wickets to win the match. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, the 2 openers, out. Crawley out early for 1. LBW to Snater. Ben Compton had looked pretty assured out there in truth and was starting to form a nice partnership with Daniel Bell-Drummond, but a change in the bowling for Essex. Simon Harmer, the off-spinner, who was none for 111 yesterday, but so often is a key wicket taker for this team, and he managed to produce a delivery which got Ben Compton out LBW for 12. So Marcus O'Riordan has just joined Bell-Drummond at the crease and hit a pleasant shot back past the bowler for a couple to get off the mark. The Kent skipper is on 14, but the equation still very much the same. Still over 80 overs to be bowled in the day. We've managed to dodge any showers so far here at Canterbury, and Essex looking for 8 more wickets. Kent trying to bat out the day for the draw. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website.
Three off the Jamie Porter overs so far. Stephen's been in touch on the email as well. Says, morning team, I'm of the opinion that Cox and Elgar are an improvement on Lawrence and Sir Alistair.
That's quite a statement.
That was my take back in the winter. Cox can improve, but I don't think Lawrence will. And Cook was fading. Oh, controversial, Stephen. As Porter is into O'Riordan, who drives that one back straight past Porter, who put out an outstretched arm to stop it. It'll be chased to the boundary by Nick Brown as they come back for 2 runs to move the score on to 34 for 2. Stephen goes on to say, funnily enough, at the end of 2022, I thought a move might benefit Lawrence, and maybe it will. I was fortunate enough to be on the ground on Saturday to see the Cox double, says Stephen.
Stephen, I think there's some really interesting points in there. That top line of your email immediately strikes me as a very bold statement, but immediately when you think about it, yeah, Jordan Cox hasn't peaked. Look at how much he's improved already. And Sir Alistair Cook, nobody here is disrespecting Sir Alistair Cook, but Dean Elgar is a few years younger, similar kind of player. You can't say Elgar is a massive downgrade on Cook, that's for sure. He's a perfect replacement.
No, but the most like-for-like replacement you could have probably got. And yes, Sir Alistair Cook probably didn't score the runs that he'd scored in the previous 2 seasons, having signed that contract extension for Essex, but still most people would take him at the top of the order, and I don't think anyone would have been surprised or disappointed had he said, actually, I want to carry on for another season.
But yeah, Elgar, left-hander, South African, similar style, massive experience, quality. Top replacement. This one turns a little bit for Harmer as Bell-Drummond just nudges it past the short leg fielder, and I think that's one thing that I'd have to say, as much as Kent fans will be disappointed about the way that the wicket-keeping situation's played out, from an individual point of view, look at how much Ollie Robinson's improved and the way he's playing his cricket at Durham. He's on the verge of getting the call up to take the gloves for England, the way he's played over the last couple of seasons. As Harmer bowls to O'Riordan, pushes it past short leg for a single with the runs he got in Division 2, and then he was on that run of half-century scores at the start of the campaign, got 170 in a losing cause last week in front of the England captain, who of course is his teammate at Durham. As Bell Drummond taps his bat. Comes down the pitch and it drops away into the offside, a little bit of an inside edge out towards point. You'd have to say Ben Folkes and Johnny Bairstow, watch out, because Ollie Robinson, James Roux, Jordan Cox, when he gets his hands on a pair of gloves, they're ambitious and talented young players. As Bell Drummond is forward, and then again this one just balloons up slightly, but not in the direction of Brown. So Bell Drummond a little bit at the moment going down the Joe Denley route, the way he was playing Harmer yesterday, and really using his feet to try and get forward and negate the spin. This time he plays back and defends into the pitch. Yeah, sometimes I think there's a part of me who's a bit of a fantasist and a traditionalist, if you will, and cries for the nostalgia of as Harmer bowls. Bell Drummond forward again down the pitch, defending. It hits him in the pad. I think that was always an unlikely shout when he'd taken a good skip down the track.
He was very far forward there.
So end of the over, 15 gone, 36 for 2. Yeah, I think there's a part of me that doesn't like necessarily the way that transfers happen in county cricket, and I'm thinking about Worcestershire and all the players they produce and end up losing to Notts, for example. You know, the talent factories, often it feels like, come from the smaller counties, and then your Surreys pick them up and win stuff with them. But so yeah, there's a part of me that thinks, wouldn't it be nice if Worcestershire's team had Joe Clark, Pennington, Tongue, Haynes, Broad had played for Leicester all his life, you know, all of those sorts of things. It feels like the product as a whole would be stronger for it. Say compared to American sports, where you have a draft system and there's a wider spread of the talent pool, if you will, and not the same teams are successful every year. But it isn't like that. And actually, sometimes moving away from those familiar surroundings, that home environment, can improve you as a player.
As Porter is in to O'Riordan, he plays that one back down the pitch, and it works out differently for different people, doesn't it? Essex have a very successful academy. As more than a majority of the team that won the title a few seasons ago were academy products, but then there are other players that haven't really ever had a real run in the first team. I'm thinking of Rishi Patel, didn't really ever make it consistently for the Essex first team, went away, and look how well he's done with Leicestershire. As Porter is in around the wicket to O'Riordan, that jumps up at him.
I think he might brush the shoulder possibly. Just seemed to take a slight deflection through to the keeper. Yeah, and back in the day, you look at Nasser Hussain, Ravi Bopara, some of the guys that came through that generation of talent at Essex.
Ben Folkes is another one, came through at Essex, but couldn't get a run in the team with the wicket keepers they had at that point, and yeah, the one that got away really for Essex from that perspective. But just thinking about the Dan Lawrence thing again, we've seen him bowl more than he has for Essex in recent seasons with Surrey, and whether there's factors around that. And we were talking earlier about Zach Crawley and that sense of freedom he can perhaps play with when he plays for England, knowing the players that he's got around them. Maybe there's a feeling of that around the Surrey team as well, with that really strong lineup that they have. So yeah, I don't think there's any real blame or bitterness as Porter is in with a short ball, which O'Riordan tries to pull away, and it's fielded by Nick Brown at short leg.
I think it might have hit him actually. I think it possibly made contact with the grill.
And the umpire's just going to come in and
I think he might
do
have
the
waved,
check.
Yeah, might have waved the physio on to come and check. Yeah, here he comes. Dan George, the Kent physio, along with Hamid Kadri, their subfielder, just to double check that O'Riordan's okay. Yeah, Porter has decided that he's going to go for this tactic, coming around the wicket and banging it into Marcus O'Riordan. But yeah, thanks very much for your emails so far. Really interesting to hear your thoughts on
Oh, and George has actually just been in touch on the email. Says, I don't think that Dan Lawrence got enough bowling for his liking at Essex. I noticed he bowled 30 overs for Surrey the other day. So
that's definitely a factor, isn't it, as well? And yeah, the point you make about Ben Folkes is a funny one as well, because I guess you would generally associate Surrey with picking up players in their prime, say or a Dan Lawrence. They don't tend to sign talented young players off other counties. They would only sign them after they've done well. Looking at, say, well, Dom Sibley was at Surrey, wasn't he? Went back to Warwickshire and went to Warwickshire, came back. So yeah, to have actually they signed Folkes when he was young and before he really ever kind of played loads of cricket for Essex. Interestingly,
just couldn't get in with the likes of James Foster with the gloves at Essex at that point. Adam Wheater was around too, but even he went off to Hampshire and came back again to really get a run in the team. Checks all complete for O'Riordan, and everything is okay with Kent 36 for 2.
Jordan Cox having a brief word with Dan George.
Not sure it's brief.
It's never brief with Cox. He can chat. He's that breed of wicketkeeper that could quite comfortably chat all day. Mostly nonsense, but occasionally something sensible.
Kent batters might be relieved he's fielding a bit further out as Porter is in. Again, a shorter ball, which is pulled this time by O'Riordan. Not completely timed though, so it will fall to the fielder in the deep. Just the single. 37 for 2. Yeah, yesterday he was at slit, wasn't he? And I think he probably quite a lot to say and to chat about with the men in the middle.
One of my favourite things would be chatting to Jordan Cox is that in an era of media-trained, I'm not going to say robots because that's unfair, but in an era where players are very media-trained, very media-savvy, they don't say much controversial.
As Porter is in around the wickets, and that is dabbed down by Bell Drummond, and it's racing all the way to the boundary. There's a slide that won't stop it from Noah Thane, and that's a lovely 4 from Bell Drummond to move the score on to 41.
That was a bit of a T20 shot, to be honest, from Daniel Bell Drummond. That little run down towards third man, wide of gully. Yeah, in an era of media-trained players, Jordan Cox says what he thinks. just talks so naturally, like you're just chatting to him in the pub or something, or having a casual conversation. He's very laid back in that sense.
Porter into Bell Drummond, who's on 19, just plays that one back to the bowler. No run, end of the over, 41 for 2. Yeah, talking of T20, Peter got in touch on the emails and said, surprised to hear Middlesex playing a couple of home T20 fixtures at the County Ground in Chelmsford, which we were talking about yesterday, because you are at Chelmsford for one of those T20s later this week. And Peter says, however, as a student at college in Chelmsford back in 1976/1977, I recall a county championship match between Middlesex and Somerset was moved to Chelmsford at short notice. So it's not the first time they've played there. Peter in Brentwood says, can you recall while this match was moved from Lords? I've not got a Scooby.
If anyone
does, though, bbcscricket@gmail.com.
Yeah, let us know. I'm really intrigued what the crowd and the atmosphere is going to be like on Friday night. We mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Middlesex against Kent, but at Chelmsford. You'd have thought there'll be a fair few supporters from both teams. Might be almost fairly neutral. As Harmer bowls to O'Riordan, back he goes to turn it up towards mid-on. Normally you get a larger percentage of a home crowd, but maybe there will be quite a lot of Kent fans there, you would assume, as well as a few Middlesex that have ventured. As forward comes O'Riordan into this next one from Harmer. Yeah, I mean, just thinking about it, the top order of both of these two teams in the T20 Blast, you have to say, looks pretty tasty. Looks like there's a lot of explosive batting there. There's a shout for LBW, which has not been given out. Must admit, just on first glance, it looked like there was enough doubt there, possibly. I reckon O'Riordan might have got outside the line of off stump. As this next one, he uses his bat to defend. And yeah, just seeing the replay, I think there was turn there for Harmer, but O'Riordan is batting well across his stumps and got a decent enough stride in. So I think that's a good call from the umpire. As Harmer this time is played away through backward point by O'Riordan. Good use of the feet to get deep in his crease. Decent chase by the fielders out towards the boundary to the one side of the Colin Cowdrey stand, and they come back for 2, so O'Riordan to 8. So Harmer bowls, Fuller delivery, which he defends into the covers. End of the over, 43 for 2. Marcus O'Riordan's Tunbridge Wells teammates, his club side. And also Hornchurch of Essex, is that correct? Club side are playing in this European Cricket League competition this week.
Yeah, they were European Cricket champions earlier this year. They play in the Essex League. They come under what's sort of old Essex these days. So yeah, slightly technically slightly outside patch, but we have a lot of links and connections, and they've done really well playing in that competition.
Yeah,
Matt Critchley is going to bowl from the pavilion end.
I think because they won that tournament, they're part of the competition that's taking place at Wimbledon Cricket Club this week. So I think it's the first time actually ever that the European Cricket League, which is always a good fun to watch some of the social media clips you see and on the streaming. Often it takes place out in Spain and in the rest of Europe, but for the first time I think there's a week taking place for club sides over here. Wimbledon, Hornchurch, Tunbridge Wells involved.
Critchley, who took 5 wickets in the first innings, is in to Bell Drummond, who just plays that into the offside for no run. 588 in the Kent first innings. .43 for 2 as Critchley is in, and Bell Drummond just defends back down the pitch. Yeah, I think I would probably be more up for playing out in Spain or somewhere.
Yeah.
The opportunity to go abroad and
good point.
Play, but nothing against a home match.
Nothing against Wimbledon Cricket.
No.
Yeah.
As long as it's not raining.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope the weather holds for it. I think there's a National Counties 11 involved in it as well, possibly.
As Critchley is into Bell Drummond, a bit more flights. Just jabs the bat down on it. 3 dot balls so far from Critchley.
But yeah, quite a young Tunbridge Wells side, I noticed. A couple of the guys that starred when they played out in Spain the first time are not involved this week.
Critchley again, giving that some flight, and Bell Drummond's played that again down to third man. This time Shane Snater is racing round to get there, and it will be a single. 44 for 2. I'm talking about the strength of both of these sides in the T20, which Paul has been in touch on, which we'll get to in a moment, because I was about to say Critchley was getting through his overs again quite quickly, but he's just adjusted the field. 2 sips in place as Critchley is in. Flicked off to the leg side by O'Riordan. Off the bat for a single. 45 for 2. Paul saying, looking forward to seeing Essex in the T20 this year. Good mix of youth and experience. Cushy, Das, Pepper, Cox, Thane, Richards, the Allisons. Critchley into Bell Drummond, who plays that one back down the pitch from a Fuller ball. All potentials who could feature for Essex. It's exciting to see the young crop of talent given a go.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it all plays out. Kent 45 for 2 here, 18 overs into the day, so still 78 more, deficit of 152. Lots of cricket still to be played here at Canterbury, but yeah, in terms of that blast, like I say, these two teams will definitely have big ambitions of trying to make the latter stages. I'm trying to think, who do you think, listeners, will be their rivals, so to speak? Who are the other teams that look strong on paper? Let us know. Or indeed just any of your predictions if you don't think these two are strong on paper. As this one defended away by O'Riordan, back up the pitch. Kent reinforced their bowling for that competition with Xavier Bartlett, the Australian international, coming, and he was on the ground yesterday. He'll be in the team for the start of the competition. So it's defended away by O'Riordan into the offside, going back to that delivery from Harmer.
I saw him signing some autographs at the end of play yesterday.
Yeah, he's a big strapping lad, isn't he?
He is.
Up close in person. Looking forward to seeing him bowl. As Harmer is defended away here by O'Riordan. Here, of course, Kent will be slightly sweating on that Wes Agar injury in the same way that Essex are with Sam Cook.
He came out and gave it a go with the bat, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah. But definitely looked in a bit of discomfort as O'Riordan drives up towards mid-on. Kent do have a slightly peculiar situation in that they've got overseas backups if there are injuries to players. So Bayat Swanepoel, who's rested for this game, as this one drops away into the onside, a finger goes up. And Harmer has another one, and O'Riordan will walk off for 9. 45 for 3. Wondered if there was a bit of glove there, just ballooned up for the short leg fielder. Brown taking the catch. And a third wicket goes down, and Essex have had the sort of morning that they will have been dreaming of and hoping for. Looked like a really benign pitch at times yesterday, and they, only thanks to some late efforts from Critchley, managed to take all the Kent wickets in the first innings. But starting off for the final day here in Kent's second innings, they've managed to get a couple of breakthroughs now through Simon Harmer, who was wicketless yesterday. But he has 2 for 4. O'Riordan walks off. Getting a 45 for 3, still 152 behind.
And that did feel like it hung in the air for an awfully long time while Nick Brown dived down to catch. But from an Essex point of view, it is a dream start on day 4, having endured a wicketless first session yesterday morning and really having to toil away to eventually pick up those Kent wickets. To have them 3 down in the first session of day 4 with still that deficit of 152, it's positive signs for Essex.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that Joe Denley is already heading to the crease, having had to bat for a lot of yesterday. We've already got a look at the Kent number 5 batter. Finch at 6, Everson at 7, Stewart at 8. Agar would normally bat 9 but is injured. Parkinson and Buyan to come. I think if people going into this day were thinking the pitcher was going to sort of ruin the spectacle in a way, and a board draw might be on the cards, they may well have changed their opinion after this start for Essex.
And these are much better signs from Simon Harmer as well, having picked up 2 wickets after that wicketless day yesterday. And I just wonder how Joe Denley will play, having made 87 yesterday. We saw him quite aggressive against Harmer, coming down the pitch, trying to play those big shots. Considering the situation for Kent, I just wonder how he might try and play it.
Yeah, will he continue to use his feet and really try and negate the spin? Harmer just seems to have found a different gear, a different level compared to yesterday. Denley does indeed come down the pitch, and it's stopped by Algar at shortish, not very shortish mid-wicket. Another wicket maiden for Simon Harmer. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. And yeah, yesterday the pitch looked slow, admittedly. Harmer wasn't... Well, I think I was having a conversation with some Kent fans at lunchtime and saying that maybe he didn't quite have that same sort of fizz, that sometimes he would get that drift and then the turn and bounce that he can extract. Yesterday it was a little bit laboured from him almost. It wasn't kind of getting that zip off the wicket or the sharp turn, and actually Critchley was looking like the premier spinner. Well, obviously took that 5-wicket haul, but yeah, he's looked dangerous to start the day, and now Critchley will try and follow.
And Critchley is into Bell Drummond, who just moves the bat. And the ball drops into the offside.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of onus is on the shoulders of these two batters now.
And it's the same for Essex with the spinners, as Critchley is in. That one's left outside the off stump by Bell Drummond.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it could be a busy day for Harmer and Critchley.
Critchley in for the third ball of the over. Strikes Bell Drummond on the pads, and the finger goes up. Critchley strikes. And this is turning into a very, very positive first session for Essex. They've got 4 of the Kent wickets, 45 for 4. Bell Drummond, the next man to go for 20. And Critchley has struck once more.
Yeah, no doubt about that one. Bell Drummond went back and the ball has scuttled through. Day 4 pitch, and the lack of bounce there has done for Bell Drummond. It's a little bit unfortunate, because going back probably wasn't the wrong shot as such, but he's been done for with the fact that that has kept low, which is surprising really, considering this ball is just into its 20th over, and actually the slightly harder ball has brought about some joy for the spinners. Yesterday, maybe with the slightly older ball they were bowling with, it was all a bit slow and nothing much was happening for them, but with the slightly harder ball it's just zipping through a little bit quicker off the turf and causing the batters issues. And yeah, Bell Drummond there going back, pinned on the crease, absolutely no doubt about that one. And again, 45 for 4, and Essex are on the rampage at the moment, and we were mentioning it yesterday with the Surrey result, or what looked like was going to be a result and ended up being the case, with Hampshire winning by an innings at Southampton against the Division 1 leader Surrey. Essex would have been thinking, yes, this is our opportunity to make up some ground on them. But even they, I don't think, would have necessarily expected to have got 4 wickets by this point. This really is the script that they would have been dreaming about, to be honest. I think hopeful of. It's probably be a stretch to be hoping for 4 wickets at this point. This is dreamland territory for Essex to have got so many early breakthroughs on this final day. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. And the 2 quick wickets with the score on 45 means it's very much Essex game to win right now, as Finch prepares to face Critchley. Tosses this one up and it's half driven up towards mid-off. Yeah, it's actually going worse now for Kent, to be honest, because they've lost 2 quick wickets on the score of 45. The spinners have come on and suddenly looked like cutting through. Simon Harmer was wicketless yesterday for 111 runs, but coming on with a slightly newer ball, he's managed to find a little bit of zip and has got a couple of wickets, removing Marcus O'Riordan a moment ago. One that ballooned up off the glove, maybe a bit of extra bounce, and was caught by the short leg fielder. And then the contrary was true of the Bell Drummond dismissal. That one, he went back, the ball kept low, pinned him on the pad, and a pretty straightforward LBW decision for the umpire. So the first time this season that Bell Drummond hasn't passed 50 in one of the innings of a match, having made 16 in the first innings and 20 in the second innings. So Kent are in a real spot of bother at 46 for 4, still 151 runs behind. This is now Essex game to try and win, and it's looking like a long way off that Kent are going to get a draw. So at the moment the visitors very much on top. Half an hour to go until lunch on the final day. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. That was a slightly ironic comment from the presenter there, saying that comment was cheering up the listeners. Hopefully the bank holiday is cheering people that don't like cricket up in the county of Kent.
Well, although the weather's not doing...
It's not exactly playing ball, is it? It's looking very grey over to the hospital side and away over beyond the old Dover Road and the Nackington Road, but the Canterbury Spitfire Ground St Lawrence microclimate. No bad weather here, no rain, as this one is outside the off stump from Simon Harmer. Through it goes to Michael Pepper. Harry Finch, the man on strike after the loss of both O'Riordan and Bell Drummond, with the score on 45. And this one's defended away into the offside. So yeah, as I just mentioned in that update, the first time Daniel Bell Drummond hasn't passed 50 in one of the innings of a match this season. Back goes Finch. Got to be careful going back, as Bell Drummond found out. Feels like this day 4 wicket is finally starting to misbehave, having been flat and slow and very much in favour of the batters for the majority of the game. Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley are finally starting to find some joy as Finch defends into the offside. See how Bell Drummond got hundreds in the first couple of games, a 70 against Surrey, 79 not out, second innings at Old Trafford, 67 and 41 against Worcestershire here last time around. At Somerset last week, 62 in the second innings as Finch comes down the wicket and drives up towards mid-on. They come through for a quick single. Had to hurry, but make their ground. And then, yes, 16 and 20 in this game for Bell Drummond. So Essex, the first team this season to have stopped the Daniel Bell Drummond run of form, if you will. And now, as I mentioned, very much looking like the favourites as Harmer bowls to Denley, who slog sweeps for 4 runs past the short leg fielder, and the Kent 50 comes up, 51 for 4, which means the deficit, having started the day at 197, is now down to 146, but still a long way off making Essex bat again.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting battle between Simon Harmer, whose tail is slightly up now. He's got those 2 wickets in the morning session here. But Joe Denley, making 87 in the first innings, was attacking and playing positively against Simon Harmer. We've just seen him slog sweep for 4 as well. It was Matt Critchley in the end who got Joe Denley out yesterday. He's going to continue to bowl from the pavilion end, and he's into Finch on the back foot, just plays into the offside for no run. Stephen's been back on with a slightly less controversial view.
Okay.
It says, I really rate Matt Critchley. He's a good cricketer. I thought England missed a trick by not taking him to India. He's outbowled all the spinners this season, as that one's lofted with a bit more flight into Finch and played into the offside for no run. Just off to watch the second, says Stephen.
I think the first 2 comments he makes, absolutely no one's disagreeing with, but Critchley's being very good.
And he is in, and that's defended on the front foot.
It's an interesting latter point, though, about whether or not they should have taken him to India. I don't think he was ever really talked about, was he? But why wasn't he?
Critchley into Finch, plays that one back to the bowler, who's down on his knees and fielding.
He's been getting runs for Derbyshire and Essex for a few years now, and his bowling looks like it's improving season on season.
Critchley's in over the wicket on the back foot, is defended with a straight bat by Finch as the sun just pokes through the clouds. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch, and Kent Cricket
At gmail.com, yeah.
as Critchley is in to Finch on the back foot again, just loops up into the offside. Maiden over complete from Matt Critchley, who's bowled 3 overs in this innings and has a wicket to his name.
I guess the thinking probably would have been that Critchley is a batter who bowls, and he wouldn't have been picked over the batters that they had, England, for that India tour. But maybe going forward he needs to be looked at more as a batting all-rounder.
And certainly potential there.
Absolutely. Well, he keeps going and taking wickets, 5 for in the first innings. There's no reason why that couldn't be the case. Simon Harmer then to Denley. This battle continues. Denley, with those quick feet down the pitch, nudges it back to the bowler. Harmer again. Denley forward once more, this time kicking the ball away, having shimmied down the track. Very much looks like the way he's going to try and go about things. Joe Denley. And also use that slog sweep. He's got that out of the screws and it's whistled away for 4. So between using his feet and using the slog sweep, Denley's started brightly against Harmer after a couple of batters caught on the crease, and then Beldrum going back to Critchley, and that one keeping low. Getting forward to the ball, trying to negate the spin might be the play.
Yeah, I just wonder how much Essex will mind giving a bit of that away to Denley.
Yeah, still got a lot of runs to play with, haven't they? As Harmer comes around the wicket now to try and change the angle. Denley still skips down the pitch and nudges this into the onside. I think the scoreboard got excited there, saying that he scored a run. Harmer bowls. Denley comes down the pitch and kicks it away. There's an appeal. By the way, in terms of the cloud cover, we've been talking about how it's been missing us so far. Looking away to our right, that's the ugliest looking cloud I've seen all day. But it might even skirt around us, to be honest. Here comes Harmer again, defended away by Joe Denley. So we're 20 minutes away from lunchtime. 23 overs have gone in the day so far. 142 runs the deficit, and Kent 55 for 4. They added a stink one to Denley in that over that he didn't take on the electronic scoreboard. The manual one is correct. Yeah, that big ugly cloud away to our right, Victoria, actually looks like it might be missing us.
Well, we did have a random shower at lunch yesterday where the covers were brought out, and then suddenly it was a bit of light drizzle, turned into a short, sharp shower, and then that was it for the day. So I did think we'd get quite a lot of rain today, as Critchley is into bowl to Finch, who hits that straight back uppishly towards Critchley. But actually, I think Essex will be hoping that that does skirt round us with the way that they've started this morning, as Critchley is into Finch, who's forward and defending. 55 for 4. 2 wickets for Simon Harmer as part of this Kent second innings. The follow-on enforced by Essex. So that's driven by Finch straight to the fielder for no run.
Somebody's suggesting it's almost as if there's a specifically constructed dome which doesn't actually exist, that is somehow stopping it raining over the ground.
Critchley into Finch on the back foot.
Because
plays that one into the leg side.
In Elm, is that how you pronounce it? I presume that's a little village not far away. It's been absolutely hacking it down with rain, apparently in the last half an hour.
That one's slightly wide of stump, played out to Noah Thane in the deep. Another Stephen in touch on the email says, the way Harmer and Critchley have bowled together recently puts me in the mind of the great partnership of Easton Ackfield, who with great skill wrapped up so many games on the final day with fantastic spin.
Yeah, he's right. They are becoming a wonderful little duo and partnership.
And Ray East and David Ackfield, part of those golden years for Essex, as Critchley is in. And that one slapped to mid-on at the end of the over by Denley. 56 for 4.
Yeah, Elamat's actually quite a long way to the south of us. And I think with the cloud cover that has passed us by, it does look extremely localised, to be honest. But we've managed to dodge anything so far.
Thanks as well to Nikki, who's been in touch on the email, listening on Sport Extra, lifetime member of the Barmy Army. Thank you very much for your email.
Yeah, appreciate all your interaction with us thus far today on day 4. As Harmer bowls to Harry Finch, he goes for the slog sweep, joining in with Joe Denley. This time they've moved the deep mid-wicket field around to deep square leg, have Essex. So Noah Thane does the fielding. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent and Victoria Polly from BBC Essex. Yeah, we've discussed a fair few topics thus far today. Dan Lawrence and Jordan Cox, and moving on to their different clubs, the possible prospects for these two teams in the T20 Blast South Group. But the cricket itself has perhaps been livelier than one might have expected it to be, with the way that just 6 wickets fell yesterday. As Denley comes down the pitch and plays this one out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Perhaps expected the Kent top order to have it a little bit more their own way, and maybe this pitch would still be pretty lifeless, but that early wicket from Snater made a difference. And then Simon Harmer getting the breakthrough of Compton was a big one, as Finch plays defensively into the offside. Maybe just a bit of extra bounce to O'Riordan, which popped up and was taken at short leg, and then Bell-Drummond going back to that delivery from Critchley that kept a little bit low. Finch plays this one gently into the onside, and Kent 58 for 4 with Finch on 4 and Joe Denley on 9. Under the cosh a little bit at the moment, 139 still behind as Harmer, wider on the crease, is defended away into the covers. I had an email from Philip Bailey, by the way, on kentcricket@gmail.com, which was a response to one from one of your correspondents, Victoria, about the Middlesex game at Chelmsford. Oh, there's a reverse sweep from Finch, which has gone wrong for him and right for Essex. Fired in by Harmer, and he goes LBW. Feels like a strange option from Finch to go with that stroke. There wasn't necessarily the best reaction either. He looked around at the umpire and seemed to query the decision as well before walking off, which he is now doing. Kent 58 for 5. Just trying to get a look on the replay, because he's been getting. He had that orthodox sweep earlier on in the over. We'll have seen the replay. And Harry Finch for me is right to have felt aggrieved in that situation. But I think as much as anything, he might have been given out on the shot. It was a strange stroke to try and play. But looking at it again, it's hitting miles outside the off stump. You can pretty much on the live stream, looking back at that, see all 3 stumps. That's a very peculiar decision. And, well, unfortunately that only furthers Kent's woes from the home side's point of view, and Essex well, they were already on top, but now they're cruising to victory.
There's obviously been the tactic of the Kent batters is to slog sweep, try and reverse sweep Simon Harmer, get on the attack to him. And I did say earlier about how we saw him bowl all those overs yesterday, be hit for those runs without getting the wicket, and I just felt if he could get a wicket this morning, he would be on for a few, and that's what we've seen from Simon Harmer. 3 wickets to his name on this final day. Just looked like it caught Harry Finch by surprise.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, it in real time I thought it looked out. It looked like he got himself in an awkward position and played a peculiar shot.
As Critchley is in, so Denley drives into the offside. We've got Jordan Cox in that kneeling slip position again.
But yeah, looking back on the replay, you can see all 3 stumps. He's clearly outside of the off stump playing that shot.
58 for 5 as Critchley is in. Denley using the wrist to turn that one into the leg side. Nick Brown fielding at mid wicket.
Yeah, and
Critchley in and just pushed back down the pitch by Denley, who is on 9.
And he then almost stays with his feet grounded and looks the umpire and kind of queries the decision, which of course you're not supposed to do.
On the back foot this time, Denley plays that one up to the captain Tom Wesley at mid-off. That will bring Joey Everson, the new batter, on to strike.
So whether or not he'll get in trouble for that, we'll have to wait and see. But I think you can, his frustrations, I think we can probably understand those, with Kent being in a particular spot of bother and then to get a possibly poor decision. 2 slips in place.
Critchley is into Everson, who just steps across to defend. Did you and Nicky Chowdhury discuss the tactics of this kneeling Jordan Cox
position? We did mention it yesterday. We didn't necessarily discuss why he was doing it.
As Critchley is into Everson, plays that on with a straight bat.
I must admit, I have seen it before. Nicky was saying that she hadn't. I have seen slip fielders kneeling for spinners before, sorry. But generally when they do, they have to wear a helmet because they're doing it to get a little bit closer because there isn't much bounce. So they're trying to stay really low by being on their hands and knees. And actually, I thought there was a ruling about if you're so close to the batter these days that you have to wear a helmet in those sort of positions. So yeah, slightly surprised that perhaps Cox isn't wearing one while lying down on his knees to try and take the catch. So Kent 59 for 5, Essex right on top as Denley comes down the pitch and drives up towards mid-on, bearing in mind that Wes Agar is not fit but did bat yesterday. So he came in at 11, which elevated Arafat Bhuyan up to 10. Matt Parkinson, the night watchman from the first innings, to come after Grant Stewart. Kent 60 for 5. Joey Everson has just faced a couple of balls so far. Harmer bowls. Back goes Everson. Harmer now 3 for 16. Just looks like a completely different bowler to yesterday. Here he comes again. Everson goes back in defence. None for 111. That's almost Zach Crawley levels of 0 in the first innings against Somerset and then scoring a double ton. For Simon Harmer to have gone none for 100 plus to be spinning Kent out in this situation at the moment. That one keeps low outside the off stump. Everson let it go. It wasn't particularly close to the off stump, in truth.
It certainly feels like they're getting more out the pitch, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Defended away by Everson. Yeah, a pitch that's been pretty lifeless for 3 days has been that much livelier today, and sometimes just with a bit of moisture being around, certain conditions can bring it out. That one left alone again by Everson, and it's spun back sharply by Harmer, taken by Pepper, not too far away from the off bail. End of another over. Kent are 60 for 5. A few overs away from lunch on this final day. 137 behind, and for any Surrey fans perhaps that thought Kent might do them a favour. And to be honest, the way things played out yesterday, I think Kent would have been perfectly confident in this wicket. They'd have been believing that they were more than capable batting out the day, and they have done it a few times so far this season. But I think as much as anything, it was the pitch yesterday that made me think, right, tomorrow's probably going to be a draw. And actually, Essex have bowled well on it. This spinning pair have just got it to do something.
Critchley is into Denley, who drives straight to the fielder, and I think that was quite frustrating for Essex yesterday, particularly when we got to lunch and they hadn't managed to break that partnership of Denley and Parkinson, was that seeing what was going on at Southampton and thinking that they weren't able to capitalise on it, as Critchley is into Denley, who this time is playing it up to mid-on for no run. And I must admit, the way the pitch played and the difficulty that Essex were having in bowling Kent out, I wasn't sure we would get a result on day 4 as Critchley is in. Denley playing that one into the onside again. And even this morning, had they had a morning session like they had yesterday, I think we would have been in for quite a long and frustrating day, as Critchley is in, played back up the pitch by Denley for both sides. It was a case this morning of Essex get early wickets, they're on top. Kent batted it out for the draw, as it's defended once more by Denley. Five dot balls so far from Matt Critchley.
Thanks to those of you getting in touch on the emails. I'll try and read a couple out in a minute before we get to lunch.
Critchley into Denley, defending on the front foot once more. Maiden over from Matt Critchley, 60 for 5. His figures: 6 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs and a wicket.
Yeah, greetings to all of the Corbishleys who are listening in from Eastbourne. Thanks to Daniel as well, who's got in touch to say thank you for your commentary and hard work this week. John, on the Harry Finch dismissal, says, as well as Essex have bowled, and they have bowled well today, that's an absolute shocker from the umpire. Finch can rightly feel aggrieved. You should not be given out on the shot. I know you're not supposed to query the decision, but I must confess I would have had to have been dragged from the crease, with a crying face emoji. As Harmer is in again and bowling. Lobs this one up, that's too full, and it's driven away by Joey Everson. 4-4, despite Matt Critchley getting a left hand on it in the field. Shorter boundary on that side. Anyway, and then Mark Best getting in touch saying one of the reasons Kent are finding themselves in a precarious, predictable pickle, which is a wonderful 3-word phrase there, as Harmer is defended away by Everson, is their perpetual inability to hold on to the unquestionable talent of previous seasons, such as we've been discussing, Jordan Cox, Ollie Robinson. Former heroes continually rubbing our noses in it shows lack of forward planning and an inability to hold what we had, as this one's driven away by Joey Everson. Bowlers breaking down. Batting has been substandard, he says. And yes, it also points out that Kent have struggled to win tosses this year, which don't necessarily help you either, as Harmer bowls, defended away by Joey Everson. So yeah, this Kent fan, Mark in Basingstoke, getting in touch, fearing a possibility of a return to Division 2 next season. And of course, Kent were, along with Worcestershire, kind of pre-season favourites to go down, and probably knew that after last year, just scraping, staying up, it was going to be another challenge this season. It's turned away by Everson into the onside. Yeah, Mark just finishing off his point by saying the gap between those who can afford talent compared to the less financially lucky is clearly widening as well, as this one is half an appeal by Harmer. He suggests, Mark, on the email that the ECB failing to support such counties. And obviously there's all those negotiations going on in the backdrop of this start of the county championship season in terms of if the 100 investment comes in and the teams are sold off, how that money is going to be shared. Of course, Essex and Kent are not in the position of being offered a host team.
Critchley is continuing. So yesterday it was Jordan Cox on his knees at slip. It is actually Simon Harmer, as a couple of people have pointed out on the emails, who has elected for this kneeling position, which is even more bizarre because we see him fielding at slip all the time and don't see him do that too often, as Critchley is into Denley and Jamie Porter will trot in from mid-on to field. John's been in touch on the email as well and said on the Harry Finch dismissal, struck outside the line of off stump, but the impact was nowhere near where Finch ended up.
No, he's right there.
Completely off balance.
Finch did go further across, but
Critchley into Denley, plays that one uppishly into the covers where Dean Elgar does the fielding for no run. Out of control as he attempted to play the shot.
He's right, he did go further across after the shot.
Critchley into Denny, who dabs that one down for no run.
But I can assure you, John, I have watched the replay with both eyes and it was definitely impact outside the line. Yes, it was closer than perhaps his end position.
Critchley in once more to Denley. Again, just defending into the offside as we approach lunch here at Canterbury.
And I do wonder sometimes if batters don't help themselves sometimes when they might move across stumps and stand in a position to indicate, look, it's hit me outside the line, where the umpire knows that they've moved from a different position.
Critchley in once more, defended by Denley, and we don't have the any of the benefits of technology beside watching back the replay to be looking at any kind of pitching and
the umpires don't have that. There's no review system in county cricket.
Critchley once more to Denley, who's defending, and another tight over from Critchley, a maiden which he gets through, and that is bang on 1 o'clock, so that will be lunch. And a very positive first session of the final day for Essex, who have taken 5 Kent wickets, having enforced the follow-on at the start of play this morning. Zach Crawley going early for Kent to the bowling of Shane Snater. Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley chipping in with wickets as well. The deficit is 133. She says, just moving her sunglasses out of the way as the players make their way off for lunch.
Yeah, Harry Finch dismissal or not, this has been Essex session. It was Kent's day yesterday, it was all Essex on day 2, and it has largely been all Essex to start proceedings here on the final day, which is credit to them, because many of us would have been expecting this to be a pretty flat surface on day 4 that wasn't going to do a lot, wasn't necessarily going to assist the bowling. But they found ways to take wickets. Snater early on getting Crawley, and then the spin coming on. Harmer 3 for 20. Looks a completely different bowler to the same man who took none for 111 yesterday in the Kent first innings. Critchley, who got 5 for getting the wicket of Bell Drummond with one that skidded on, whether it was a deliberate delivery or day 4 pitch, the fact that the variable bounce was there. Bell Drummond went back and it skidded on and hit him bang in front. No doubt about the other LBW decisions that we've seen with Crawley, Compton and Bell Drummond also dismissed via that method, and then O'Riordan looked like potentially a little bit of extra bounce, which I thought was a good captaincy call from Tom Wesley to bring his spinners into the game a little bit earlier. Harmer in particular didn't necessarily look effective with the older ball yesterday, and that was why Wesley brought himself on to replace Harmer and actually took a couple of wickets. Critchley obviously did have the success, but yeah, sometimes on flat wickets, I think we've seen so far this season, certainly from the games that Kent have been involved in with Parkinson as well, that actually if you give the spinner a slightly harder ball, there's a bit more bounce, maybe a bit more skid off the wickets, and that can cause batters problems more so than an older ball which is slowly turning, and slow turn can be that little bit easier to negotiate. So very much Essex session, and for any Kent fans who are hoping that weather might be around the corner to save them, cloudy, dark clouds have bypassed us all morning and presumably rained over various surrounding villages to the city centre, but not the ground itself. So Kent 64 for 5 at lunch on this final day here.
To resume Kent's second innings, Joe Denley and Joey Ellison. Joey Ellison taking strike to bowl for the Mackington Rodents, Simon Harmer.
Welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, where at one point all the spectators were saying, how on earth is it not raining? And then it started raining, and then we lost 2 overs, and it's now absolutely fine. So there's your weather report for the lunchtime interval. And we're ready to get back underway with the cricket, with Essex needing 5 more wickets to win the game. Joey Everson goes forward to the first ball after lunch from Simon Harmer. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and app. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent and Victoria Polly from BBC Essex. Slip and a short leg in play for Harmer, who bowls to Everson, who lets it go outside the off stump as that one scuttles through.
Yeah, it was such a brief rain shower. If it had happened 5 minutes earlier, we wouldn't have lost any play at all.
Here comes Harmer. Back goes Everson to play it defensively. Yeah, absolutely was. It was very short and sharp. And those darker clouds have now moved across towards the city centre and away to our right, where the weather has been coming from. Way towards the east, it looks much better. As Everson is forward to play defensively into the offside, so I would guess that we may not have any further interruptions possibly today.
And we've done well escaping the weather here, because the other 2 games still going on in Division 1 are being affected by the weather.
Harmer bowls. That one goes past the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper. Pepper takes the bails off in a flash. Yes, of course, Durham already beating Somerset, and Surrey beaten by Hampshire. They've had lots of issues with the wet pitch as well at New Road, haven't they? This one is played defensively by Everson into the offside. Maiden over from Harmer to start. So yeah, they're nowhere near going to get any kind of result at New Road, and then Warwickshire 2:30 ahead of Lancashire, but possibly too much to do at Old Trafford to force a result, depending on how the weather plays out.
I think they were meant to do another inspection around about 1:30, but then more rain arrived, so they're not playing there. Matt Critchley will resume bowling from the pavilion end after lunch. A wicket for him already in this Kent's second innings. Getting Daniel Bell-Drummond LBW as he's into Denley. Plays that one up to mid-on, no run.
Just in terms of Division 2, Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, both 500 each first innings, so that one's going to be a draw.
Quickly into Denley again, who's driving, and Tom Wesley comes round from mid-off to field as the Kent pair come through for a single. 65 for 5.
Likewise, probably at Leicester in their game against Glamorgan, unless wickets fall rapidly. 500 each for Middlesex and Sussex at Lords.
Critchley into Everson, slightly wider in the crease. And that's fielded by Simon Harmer in that kneeling slip position.
Yeah, thanks to our listeners for pointing that out. I certainly hadn't noticed that it was Harmer.
The floppy sun hat gives it away now as Critchley is into Everson. Fuller ball, pushed up to mid-on.
We were discussing the fact that Jordan Cox was doing it yesterday. I think he's at first slip at the minute, is he, Cox?
Yeah, and I think that's what confused me, because they'd swapped over as Critchley is into Everson. But of course it's Harmer and Sam Cook when he's on the pitch are the Essex players that tend to go for the floppy sun hat look.
You'd have thought that Cox, being the younger man, would be the one on his knees.
As Critchley is into Everson, plays that one out into the offside end of the over, just a single from it, and Kent a 65 for 5. I don't know whether, well, I was going to say I don't know if Jordan Cox would be brave enough to say that to Simon Harmer, but I think he probably would be.
Yeah, that's actually true. He'd be the one making a joke. Are you sure you were going to get up from down in that position?
We have just seen the players on the boundary before the start of play kicking a football around, and Jordan Cox did a couple of keepy-uppies and volleyed the ball towards the Kent balcony, so I'm not sure how that went down. I think it was all in jest, but he had a very good shot on him.
Yeah, I don't. Was he trying to get it in the Essex balcony? Because that would have been an even more impressive effort. Here comes Harmer then to Denley, who comes down the pitch and drives up towards a wide long on for a single. Yeah, whether that will have, whether he was, I don't know whether it was Kent's football that he was giving back to them or whatever, but probably the health and safety manager of the ground might not have been overly pleased as well, seeing that play out. I've seen that glass break before, the Kent balcony, as this one is played by Everson off the back foot, back up the pitch. I can't remember what game it was last year, but it was a big six that hit the glass, and there was a bit of a clean-up job required and a mend. Slog sweep attempted by Joey Everson, or at least a hard sweep, all along the ground out towards the man on the 45.
It's quite a brave design, having that much glass balcony around.
Yeah, they probably could have an alternative, like you say, with flying cricket balls knocking around. This one's played off the back foot by Everson back to the bowler.
Harry Finch, the talk of lunch.
Yeah, it was indeed. As this one's defended away by Joey Everson. Mark Baldwin, the cricket journalist who's in the media, written media section, which is based a little bit further around from our commentary box. We were having a chat about it as this one's clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and he was in agreement with me in terms of that Finch was outside the line, but thought that the manner of the stroke probably meant the umpire was inclined to give it the way that, as we sort of had alluded to, the reverse sweep didn't feel like a great option, kind of going against the spin of Harmer. If he'd have played a more orthodox sweep shot, it might have been a bit more obvious that he was outside the line of off stump.
Critchley bowling to Denley from the pavilion end. He drives up to mid-off, comes through for the single.
But we had some correspondence about it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of emails on the Harry Finch LBW. Let's Kent move on to 67 for 5. Critchley tosses the ball up and he's into Everson, who's coming forward, and the ball is through to Pepper behind the stumps. Chris says, I'm sorry to have to disagree with Ben and the earlier emailer we had get in touch about it, as Critchley is into Everson once more, who's forward and defending. The ball hit Finch in line with the off stump, but his momentum took him wider and exposed all 3 stumps. Freeze frame of the dismissal shows it clearly. As so often, the umpire knows best, as Critchley is in slightly wider in the crease, and Everson slaps that one away for a single, fielded in the deep by Noah Thane for Essex. 68 for 5. And Gary has been in touch on the email as well, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Get to that after Critchley is into Denley, pushing the ball back towards the bowler. Gary says, watched and rewatched the live stream of Harry Finch's dismissal. I think the confusion might have come because if you watch it closely, he jumps to the right immediately as Critchley is into Denley, plays that one into the leg side, end of the over, 2 singles from it, and Kent is 68 for 5. Gary goes on to say he jumps to his right immediately after the impact, and it's the pose he holds where all 3 stumps are clearly visible. However, at the moment of impact, his pad is in front of the off stump, and therefore I think it's a good decision by the umpire. Thanks for the commentary. Hope the rain stays away so that Essex can secure a hard-earned victory. From Gary from Broomfield.
Thanks for your correspondence.
I'm being Switzerland. I'm letting you respond on this, Ben.
I've already given my opinion, and it's a disagreement with both of those emails. I'm acknowledging that he does jump, that his front foot and his momentum does take him across, but there's a freeze frame that I've seen that you can see all 3 stumps even before he does that. I think there's way too much doubt for that to get given, as this one's defended away by Joey Everson. But I think he gets given on the shot, to be honest. As we were discussing, some of us in the press room during the lunch interval, as Harmer is in and bowling. Defended away into the onside.
Who'd be an umpire?
So at this kind of level, they don't have the benefit that, say, international umpires do with the DRS. As Harmer bowls, and it's defended away by Everson. And again, like I said before lunch, I think by moving further across, Finch almost makes himself look guilty that he's trying to get out the way of a position that he was in that might have, shown that he was in front of the stumps. Or at least that's how the umpire might perceive it, that the batter's trying to get out of that line as it's defended away. As I said, I still don't think the original impact was in line. And there's no way you could tell that 100% in the split second. So therefore, I think there's enough doubt. I think at county cricket level, when you haven't got reviews available to umpires or to players, or then in that situation, benefit of the doubt's got to go to the batsman, because here we are still discussing it. Most Kent fans are saying it's an absolute shocker. We've had a couple of Essex fans saying it's out. The middle ground is that benefit of the doubt batter, not out. And we're not even talking about it. And we're instead focusing on the fact that Essex were completely dominant in that morning session and fully deserved to be on top. With the 4 wickets that they had taken prior to that, they're still looking to take 5 more to win this game. 67-4-5. Just a couple of emails that we had. Apologies to the people of Elam who live in the village that I incorrectly pronounced the name. Well, it didn't have an EA at the start. I thought it was, so I assumed it would be pronounced differently to the name of the former Kent cricketer, but I was wrong. So thank you to Phil for correcting me on that one. Some other emails I'll get to in a moment.
Critchley into Denley, who drives that one up to mid-off and takes a single. Got 2 different scores on the scoreboard. One says 69, one says 68.
Yes, so it's 68. They've somehow got a single off that last ball on the electronic one.
Kent 68 for 5 as Critchley into Everson. Forward and pushing back down the pitch to Critchley.
In the next edition of me trying to pronounce names of villages that are not far from Canterbury.
Critchley into Everson, driving through the covers, takes a single.
Maggie and John from Beaksbourne, I think. It was raining there 25 minutes ago. They're 3 miles southeast of Canterbury. Yeah, I think the weather has been very localised. It was my forecast. It was saying as I left Tunbridge Wells this morning was that it was about to rain. Then it was pouring it down in Kings Hill on the way over, and Canterbury was fine. It hasn't when it was all morning.
Critchley into Denley, pushes into the offside. 70 for 5. The scoreboards now agree. Forgot to say as well, Gary from Broomfield said on his email, the sun is shining, but the clouds look threatening. Quickly into Denley. Again, just on the front foot. Dot ball. I've got some news on the Essex seconds to bring you in a moment as well.
Okay, because they started at 1, didn't they?
Yes, as that one is wide of off stump. Final ball of the Critchley over, and Kent are 70 for 5. Yes, the good news for the Essex second 11 and good news for Essex supporters is that Adam Rossington, Paul Walter and Daniel Sams are all in this squad to play Sussex in this T20 match at Garran Park in Southend. Adam Rossington, is that right? 106 runs?
Already?
My word, 106 not out, Adam Rossington.
I mean, they've been playing for an hour, so yeah. Why not?
Essex 197 for 5, with most of those runs being scored by Adam Rossington.
13 fours, 5 sixes. 52 balls. That sounds like a lot of fun. As Everson goes back and plays defensively to this one from Harmer. It kind of just started up the road at Polo Farm against Middlesex. Kent winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. Sam Billings is captaining that team, I think. So Harmer comes back over the wicket to Everson. A little bit of an inside edge into the onside.
Daniel Sams with the first ball duck as well, which probably isn't as positive news as the Rossington 106. Paul Walter making 23, returning from a toe injury that's kept him out since the start of the season. Rossington back from a broken finger.
Sam's just saving it up for the real thing. Inside edge from Everson as he went back, that diverts into the pitch and up into the hands of the short leg fielder. I think Hamid Kadri, Jazz Singh, Jaden Denley, Tuanama Yeye and Sam Billings, part of that Kent team that are playing against Middlesex. Got a few of their T20 regulars actually in their team. This one defended away by Everson. The likes of Anderson, De Caires, Cracknell, Cullen, Walaloita, Culshaw. $70 for 5 then, Kent, here at Canterbury. Defended away into the ground. It's kind of an awkward light at the moment. It's the sun is threatening to poke through, so it's quite bright, but it's not sunny.
The sunglasses are on and off.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. It's off an inside edge of Joey Everson's bat. They're a bit late to us. 6 minutes past 2. How long was the news and weather today? Albeit it's the start of a shared programme now, which is reminding myself that I need to look at scores elsewhere. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, seeing as Sussex are very much heading towards a draw at Lord's. Yeah, well, it was Essex session in the first couple of hours of the day, managing to take 5 wickets of Kent's second innings, and very much on course for victory. At the moment, they need 5 more wickets to win the match. They've got loads of time to do it, a couple of sessions. Kent have just got really Joe Denley and Joey Everson, plus Grant Stewart, and then the bowlers to come. Zach Crawley out LBW to Snater early on, then the score was 1 for 1 at that point in time. Then it was the spinners, 3 wickets for Simon Harmer and 1 for Matt Critchley. Harmer was wicketless yesterday, conceded over 100 runs, but has looked like a completely different bowler today, getting Compton and Finch out LBW, and Marcus O'Riordan caught at short leg. Bell Drummond was also LBW to Critchley, who's currently bowling to Joe Denley. So yes, Kent very much struggling. 70 for 5, still 127 runs behind Essex, looking favourites to win this one and to put pressure on Division 1 leaders Surrey, who lost by an innings to Hampshire yesterday. Sussex, meanwhile, as Denley pulls this one away to the fielder in the deep for a single. Their match in Division 2 against Middlesex, so that's the top 2 in that division. Very much looks like that's going to be a draw. Both teams scoring over 500 runs in their first innings, so they're a long way from any kind of result. You can hear a commentary of that one as well as this game here at Canterbury via the BBC Sport app and website.
Critchley is into Everson. That's through to Pepper behind the stumps. Gordon's been in touch on bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, said re-Matt Critchley and whether he should have gone to India. Perhaps if he'd been partnered with Liam Dawson, think how much the batting would have been strengthened, as Critchley is into Everson, off the outside edge of the bat and into the offside for no run. 71 for 5.
Yeah, because Dawson was the one at the time that everyone was very much talking about, wondering why he hadn't been selected. Whereas Critchley perhaps went a bit more under the radar, and actually I think was a really good shout.
Critchley into Everson, clubs that one away, and it's past a diving Shane Snater, who's going to chase it to the boundary. I think it might just slow up inside the rope. It does. So they've had to run them. 74 for 5, end of Critchley's over.
A little bit of a loose shot from Joey Everson, that kind of thick outside edge that did balloon up for a moment and then spun awkwardly away from Snater in that backward point position, but didn't have enough to take it all the way to the fence. So yeah, they make it back in the end for 3 runs. So it means Everson will be on strike to face Harmer, 74 for 5. For one moment, I really was fearing that email was going to be about Harry Finch.
I feel like would it worry you if I said that someone sent screenshots?
This one's defended away by Joey Everson. Can I look at the screenshots?
Yes. Before I get to that, though, Andrew's asked if there's any news about Sam Cook's injury. Andrew's listening in Cyprus, where hopefully it's nice and sunny. No official news from Essex, but again, not on the field at all today. So
this one defended away by Everson as he comes forward.
I think that probably tells you what you need to know. I did see him last night at the end of the play with the rest of the squad, but I guess after this match, Essex will get him assessed and see what the damage is.
This one defended away by Joey Everson once more. Harmer going nice and full. I love the attention to detail here. Yeah, so from this screenshot that has been sent in to us by Mike. Slog sweep from Joey Everson out towards Deep Square. Victoria, you read out what Mike said just before I...
Okay. Although close, this would be treated as umpire's call and out if there was ball tracking. I've sympathy with the view that it was close and the umpire should give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, but don't subscribe to the view that a professional umpire would give a batsman out because it was a poor shot.
Coming down the pitch here, Denley driving up towards mid-on.
Mike has asked if you could have a look at it.
I will.
And says he's enjoying the commentary. And Somerset were using the kneeling on the ground thing around the bat a few years ago.
Down the wicket comes Denley. Plays defensively up the pitch. To all the Essex emailers that are saying that I am biased, they are slightly correct, because of course I am a Kent cricket fan.
And that's the beauty of BBC Sport commentary, is you get views from both stations.
But objectively, as someone that watches a lot of cricket, and I don't think it's out. And if you go back to the freeze frame,
the screenshot.
So the freeze frame that has been sent in to us, the ball has already hit the stumps in the previous frame, and you can see the base of all 3 stumps. So therefore, he's outside the line of off stump as it's hit him.
Critchley into Everson, who hits that one uppishly up to mid-off for no run.
And I'd like to think I'm fairly fair. As much as I am a Kent fan, if that was out, I would say it. If I felt that was out, I'd say it so.
That one's hit into the leg side by Everson off the bowling of Critchley.
So yeah, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, we might just have to agree to disagree on that one.
Can Essex maybe get another wicket that we could be talking about instead? As Everson hits that one into the leg side. 3 dot balls so far from this Critchley over. Critchley into Everson. It's not timed into the offside. We've got a bit of break of that grey cloud we had overhead earlier, which just delayed us by 10 minutes for the resumption of play after lunch. As Critchley is into Everson, who drives back towards the bowler.
Just on the further point from one of your emailers, just to explain what I was saying about the shot.
So Critchley is in slightly wider in the crease, and that one's hit away into the offside by Everson. Takes a single to keep the strike off the final ball of the over, moves himself on to 11, and Kent on to 76 for 5.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's given it out because the umpire's gone, oh, that's a bad shot, you deserve to get given out. I think it makes it look like he's been trapped on the crease more than he has because he's gone for that reverse sweep rather than the more orthodox sweep. Whereas he would have been, in that situation, he would have been playing around his front pad rather than trying to manoeuvre it to the offside. But if possible, let's draw a line under that, because I'm boring myself repeating my opinion, which you all know by now. So here comes Simon Harmer, defensively played up towards mid-off.
Adam Rossington out for 106, by the way, in that Essex second 11 T20 game. 53 balls.
Here comes Harmer again. Lost this one up a little bit, and Everson is forward defensively. And well, the emailer, whoever said the umpire gave it and therefore it's out, is the only one who's right in this debate, to be honest. that we cannot.
And that is the end of it.
Ultimately, we can't change the decision. Whatever it's been given is the one that will stand, as this one's played away by Everson into the onside. Like I was chatting to you at lunchtime, Victoria. It's a concept I sometimes struggle to deal with when playing club cricket myself. As Simon Harmer is in, slog sweep by Everson into the onside, which is I'd like to blame it on growing up in a generation which, as a whole, there's not great role models in sport, in certain sports in particular, as this one's defended away. And for my sins, I do watch a lot of football, in terms of respect to officials and their decisions being final. I see it a lot more in rugby, that there's a better attitude, I think, that towards umpires and referees and officials and whatnot. This one turned away behind square, but I guess curious young minds these days are taught to question everything, aren't they? And so, unfortunately, that sometimes transpires in certainly different ways.
Yeah, we were talking, I was asking you about your club cricket and whether you get panel umpires, because there's quite a shortage of them around. So yeah, lots of teams end up umpiring themselves. I
think the sort of top level of the village cricket that I play does have panel umpires. But then once you drop down, it's a mixture. So sometimes you will do. But generally it will be somebody who volunteers for that club and generally does a lot of umpiring for that team.
Someone behind the sight screen that's being asked to move.
And I was saying this to somebody actually on our game on Saturday, that sometimes umpiring a game of cricket is the best seat in the house.
Absolutely, best view, as Critchley is into Denley, drives that one straight to Dean Elgar.
Some of the, because they've got cameras on these days, don't they? They have almost like GoPros on their apparel.
Critchley into Denley, takes a step back straight again into the covers where Dean Elgar does a fielding. Yeah, I wouldn't like to volunteer myself for any kind of cricket umpiring. I do netball umpiring and done the various courses to be qualified to do that to a certain level, but
netball players quite respectful of your decisions?
I'd say yes, on the whole. It's not the way you see in football where everyone runs over to the referee, but you do have to manage things and manage comments sometimes if players don't agree with your decisions. Is Critchley is round the wicket to Denley. He does get this one through the covers this time, but only out in the deep to Noah Thane for a single. And I think it's like you say, at the end of the day, you've made the decision. It's not going to change. Every decision that you make as an umpire or official in whatever sport is made with the best intentions of applying the rules in the way that you see it. And sometimes you get them wrong, but you have to make it in that split second. As Critchley is in, and Everson looks to try and turn that one into the leg side, but it's pushed back towards Critchley.
Yeah, to a lesser extent in county cricket, you know, sometimes those decisions can impact games and seasons and whatnot, but I think it's particularly in the Premier League these days when there's millions of pounds on finishing 11th and 12th in the league, or 17th and 18th and going down. You know, less in terms of pure numbers as you go further down. But
Critchley into Everson, fielded long barrier by Tom Wesley at mid-off.
But probably more important in terms of overall significance for a club, depending on what division they're in trying to survive or be profitable and not run out of loss.
Critchley in around the wicket to Everson. This time it's hit up towards Jamie Porter at mid-on, end of the over, single from it, 77 for 5. Yeah, obviously it has more of an impact, and you expect the standards to be higher when it comes to professional sport, and I'm talking at a grassroots level about what I do, but yeah, like you say, it can have more an impact on those situations and decisions that are made, and particularly in sports where there are fine margins like football, where a penalty or a sending off can be the difference in a game.
Well, that was something else I was going to say, that you know, often these top level sports, football, rugby, cricket, they all have quite, in some cases, very complex laws or rules that not everyone totally understands. As Denley comes down the pitch and clips this one away out towards mid-wicket. I'm talking about, say, the handball rule in football, or scrummaging, rucks, those kind of set-piece rules in rugby, and obviously the LBW law is the big one in cricket, isn't it? Denley trying to come down the wicket and drive through the covers. In the end, he's dragged this past Simon Harmer, and they'll come through for a single. It just, there's so many strands to it, and therefore often it's quite open to interpretation, and that's why we're seeing, even with VAR, a lot of mistakes being made in, say, the Premier League. Obviously with cricket, actually, I would say that thanks to the technology and the system that they've actually got it down to a T pretty much now. As back goes Everson, rarely do you ever see, I wouldn't know the percentages, but I would assume it's, you know, well into the 90s in terms of overall decisions that via the course of the process they have with umpire and then the DRS, that the correct decision gets made in the end. This one's defended away by Everson on the back foot. It drops down into the slip area where Cox does the fielding on the bounce.
Yeah, I think we've seen cricket, rugby and tennis probably the best examples of sport using technology to help with decision making.
Slog sweep from Joey Everson, at least along the ground, past the short leg fielder. Yeah, tennis in particular have a very good Hawkeye system, don't they? And then the TMO in rugby, albeit there was that one Six Nations game last season which went down to a try in the final minutes that didn't get given, which cost Scotland the win, I think, didn't it? As this one is attempted stumping, Denley's back foot stays grounded. I think that's the end of the over. It is. Kent has 79 for 5, still 5 more wickets required by Essex, 118 the deficit. And in that situation it didn't get given because they couldn't be certain that the ball was grounded. So I guess they did follow the process, and the original call was that he didn't think it was a try, but to check, the replays suggested that it probably was, but they couldn't tell for sure, so it didn't get given. So, as you say, it's quite often fine margins in that sense. And I think the decision we've been debating so much is probably tighter than some of us may have suggested. But as I said, I still think it was the wrong call.
Around the wicket from Critchley to Everson, gets him in a bit of a tangle. It's interesting in that last over from Harmer, Joe Denley just trying to use his feet a bit more and attacking like we saw yesterday. Hasn't been as much opportunity for that today as Critchley is into Everson, into the leg side for no run. Quiet around Canterbury as Critchley is into Everson, forward and defending. Third ball, fourth ball even of the over. Another dot on the board, 79 for 5. Quickly into Everson, he does get this one away this time. All the way to the boundary for 4. Patiently waited, connected with the ball, and the pace was too much for the fielder, who was Feroz Kushi, who's currently on the pitch.
Yeah, that was well played by Everson. 6 bowlers haven't looked quite as threatening since the lunch break so far.
And Critchley in. That one's defended with a straight bat by Everson. So that boundary, the only score from the over, 83 for 5. Everson on 16 and Denley on 18. Yeah, Essex having had that brilliant first session of the day, picking up the 5 wickets. Haven't managed to find a breakthrough in the opening half an hour after lunch.
Right, okay, I'm going to read out this one email on the Harry Finch dismissal, having said, oh, we were going to draw a line under it. Because it's come from a neutral supporter who's watching and listening in. So John Logan is a Yorkshire supporter. So he says, as a neutral, I'd like to think I'm not biased and can give you an objective view. As Harmer bowls and Denley defends, he says, ultimately the umpire put his finger up, so he was out. However, we were all human and we on the and we can get things wrong. He says, I've watched the delivery several times, also using the freeze frame. In my opinion, the ball strikes Finch outside the line of off stump and should have been given not out, as this one is down the leg side from Harmer. Almost like he did it deliberately, and Pepper then tries to flick the ball onto the stumps. Denley had overbalanced slightly, but I think was still in. He says, on the positive side of things, for my fantasy cricket team, I'll take the extra Simon Harmer points. So, as much as John is saying he's a neutral, he's got a Harmer in his fantasy team, so he really should be saying it's out if it's... You know, he's very much happy about the decision. So, there you go. As I've said, I am slightly biased, but John, who isn't, says it wasn't out. So there you go. Happy, everybody?
Don't talk to me about my fantasy team.
I as someone who spends far too much time in the football season, as Denley goes back and plays this one up towards Shortman wicket, using a lot of thought power and wasting a lot of energy on fantasy football. I can't do it to myself during the cricket season as well. I'm taking the summer off. Even the Euros, I'm not going to go there.
I think you've made a wise decision, Ben.
It's popped away into the offside.
I don't even want to look. I'm in a league with some of our other BBC Sport colleagues from around the country, and some of those who work in the cricket team. It's not going well for me.
Down the pitch comes Denley just to defend the ball into the offside. End to the over. Kent at 83 for 5. Maiden over from Simon Harmer. Also had a slightly amusing email from Michael 10 minutes ago saying, can we chat a little bit more about the out decision? I really want to know what you think about it. He says, only messing, enjoying the coverage. Big shout out to Matthew Parker, who took his best figures of 4 for 45 in the Metronomes game against Sherwood at the weekend. He said it was a fantastic, inclusive, friendly game, played in the best of spirits, which is exactly what we like to hear indeed. Because I think when it comes to club cricket, unless you're playing, you know, a really good standard of club cricket, where you're playing at the top of your league and trying to win divisions and get promoted and whatever, you'd really like to think that in general people are just doing it as a pastime and as a hobby, that the game would be played in a good spirit. So good to hear that from Michael. We also had an email from John, who was just generally focusing on the Kent situation in the game, and John tends to exaggerate the negatives. Is that unfair, John? He says this Kent side is a shambles. We don't have a bowling attack. We keep conceding over 500 runs. Same issue as last year, which is probably fairly factually correct, actually. He says our batting is woeful. I think that's a little bit harsh. They've had a bad session this morning, but in general this season, I would disagree with that comment. Changing the bowling though.
Shane Snater in from the pavilion end. The ball's hit back down the pitch by Joe Everson. So Tom Westley, the Essex captain, just throwing the dice, seeing if Shane Snater, who got the breakthrough this morning for Essex, dismissing Zach Crawley early on for 1, can come on and ignite something in this Essex bowling attack.
Just to finish John's email, he says, we either score too slowly and don't get enough batting bonus points. That is more of a point. Kent generally first innings don't bat as well as they do second time around.
Snater over the wicket to Everson. Just hits that towards point for no run.
Which has been slightly flipped in this game, of course. But John's viewpoint that Kent are heading towards Division 2, he says that's a certainty. It's not a certainty, but it may well prove to be the case, the way things play out over the course of the season. Still lots of cricket to go. Of course, this is the last game of that first block of championship games before we get to the T20 Blast. So we'll be chatting to Matt Walker after this one and having a bit of a review of the start of the season, at least after this one.
Snater into Everson, strikes him on the pads. And a big wicket for Essex. The umpire waited a moment before he put his finger up. Shane Snater was down on his knees, appealing, and having come back on to bowl from the pavilion end for Essex. He's got the breakthrough wicket that they wanted in this afternoon session, and Kent at 83 for 6.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought it looked good straight away, to be honest. But the umpire took his time over the call. And I think generally as cricket fans, that's what you want to see. Umpire really consider it, and he did. And then the finger was raised. And I think just looking at first glance, we're obviously a fair way away. I thought that didn't seem unreasonable at all. We'll have a look at the replay as Joey Everson walks off. But Shane Snater, again, the man, as he was in the early stages when he got Zach Crawley out, LBW. Now Joey Everson for 16 follows. And slightly interestingly, it was the seam early on, which obviously got the wicket with Snater, but then Compton and Bell-Drummond were looking like they were settling in and were looking actually fine against the seam. Essex turned to the spin in that morning session, and then it was the spin that got the wickets. Obviously they started with that in this afternoon session, but actually Everson and Denley have played Harmer and Critchley pretty comfortably, seemingly. Hence we've been doing all this talking about other stuff since their lunch interval. But again, good captaincy from Tom Westley. He's made some good calls over the last couple of days, bringing Snater back on, and the slight change of angle and pace of the attack, just trapping Joey Everson on the crease slightly, and I reckon that's probably hitting middle and leg stump, having looked at it again. not quite as adjacent as Crawley's, which was absolutely plumb earlier on. But I think probably good enough. And the umpire, like I say, really considered it, gave it some good thought.
Well, still danger for Essex with Joe Denley up the other end on 18. And Grant Stewart more than capable for Kent. So they'll just be conscious they don't want any kind of partnership, or these two looking assured at the crease. Shane Snater has done the job that his captain asked of him by bringing him back on to bowl from the pavilion end. Grant Stewart is settled and Snater is in. It's defended to mid-on for no run. Yeah, 6 seconds made 234 for 7 in that T20, by the way. And Sussex have just begun the chase. They are 1 for 1. In comes Snater, past the umpire to Stewart. Plays that one back down the pitch. Snater just gets a hand on it to take the pace out of it as it drops through to Wesley, who trots in from mid-off. Once again, the sun's just disappeared behind the clouds. More of a grey cloud overhead now, but it's not as dark as it was earlier when we had that brief shower at lunchtime that delayed things by 10 minutes for the afternoon session, as Snater is into Stewart. Plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. That's the end of the over. A wicket maiden from Shane Snater, getting the wicket of Joey Everson, LBW, in that over. 83 for 6 on the board for Kent. The deficit 114.
So Harmer's going to continue, despite the success of Snater from the pavilion end. Denley skips down the pitch, just plays it out towards mid-wicket. So now, seam-spin combination for Essex. Slog swept by Denley out towards deep square leg for a single. This is kind of a little bit back to the old Essex routine to try and win games on day 4, rotating 3 seamers at one end and Harmer just wheeling away from the other. That was, I guess, prior to Matt Cratchley arriving from Derbyshire, actually. And that used to be the method that Essex would look to win games. Played away by Grant Stewart out towards extra cover. That one looked like it did turn back down the slope and cause Stewart a little bit of grief. Harmer again, all back goes Stewart, squirms it away on the offside for a single. Does feel like going back is the riskier of the options really against Harmer, but with the spin that he's got. But I guess every batter has to almost pick a method and stick with it. Denley's is very much to try and get forward as he clips this into the ground and it deflects off the shins of short leg. Kent 85 for 6 in their second innings. Denley on 19, Stewart there on 1. Denley comes down the pitch and just defends into the offside. End of another Harmer over. Got through it pretty quickly as well. The South African spinner. So we've had 47 in the day, 47 left to be bowled, minimum. I think the Essex over rate on the board is +9 for the game. Because Matt Critchley was getting through his overs so quickly, I don't think I've ever seen +9 before. That's done, and that's, of course, 9 more overs than they would have been expected to have been bowled in the amount of time they've been in the field, because Matt Critchley was going through overs in under 60 seconds yesterday at certain times.
Been nice to have been that quick with his end of play to be. Snater is in to Stewart. He said to me when he came out, Matt Critchley, to speak to the press, having taken the 5 wickets yesterday, he said, "Oh, sorry, I'm always the last one out the changing rooms."
So in that sense, you were just unlucky.
It's typical, isn't it? You get a day where you have play finish slightly early. You think, oh, we're on for a good getaway time here. And then... But we don't mind.
Within reason.
He deserved to take a bit of time. He'd bowled a lot of overs as Snater is in to Stewart. Tries to pick out a gap through the covers. Instead, he finds Jordan Cox. Yeah, within reason.
Presumably he was grabbing a shower, etc. Packing up his kit for the day.
I say wait, I think it was probably only sort of 15 minutes at max. Definitely been longer when football managers are in the changing rooms doing the post-match team debrief and things haven't gone well. You can be there for hours as Snater is in to Stewart. Back down the pitch. Sometimes that's when you know the writing's on the wall for a football manager, when they don't come out of the changing room is firmly locked. They don't come out for at least 45 minutes, or you get sent the assistant manager.
Yeah, definitely had a few of those over the years. I think there was probably a couple of cases of that actually at Somerset last week, where Kent were a little bit slow coming out of the dressing room after being second best on a couple of the days quite comprehensively before they fought back a little bit on the third day.
Shane Snater coming around the wicket to Stewart. Turns into the leg side. No run. Bit of encouragement for Shane Snater. Sounded a bit like the Essex bowling coach Mick Lewis from somewhere. .85 for 6 on the board for Kent as Snater is in and he's bowled him. He sends the stump cartwheeling out of the ground, and Shane Snater gets a second wicket of this afternoon session for Essex, and they've got Kent 85 for 7.
It was quite the delivery from Snater. Slightly struggling to work out how he's managed to take out off stump from that wicket, from that around the wicket angle. But it's a special delivery. Just maybe comes back actually off the pitch. Grant Stewart himself looks a bit bemused as he looks back at the stumps and sees his off stump dislodged. He went back to the delivery. I'm not sure necessarily it was one that he had to come forward to. It's, I think, just a little bit of magic from Shane Snater from around the wicket, hitting the top of off stump and getting through the defence of Grant Stewart. So well bowled to him. He's now picked up his third, and the bowling change to bring him back on paying dividends in a big way for Essex with Kent. 85 for 7. Snater has 3 for 8. Harmer up the other end has 3 for 26, and along with that one for Critchley. It means Essex need just 3 more wickets for the victory. Still the deficit is 112, so a long way off. Having to bat again as well. And in the absence of Sam Cook, Shane Snater coming up trumps here for Essex at the moment.
And this is the partnership that frustrated Essex yesterday. Matt Parkinson and Joe Denley. Jamie Porter, fellow Essex seamer, just having a chat with Shane Snater, perhaps congratulating him on that ball. I'm sure he would have liked to bowled one on that. I've seen him bowl plenty like that. Parkinson just limbers up, finishes off his stretchers and takes his guard. Kent 85 for 7 on the final day. Snater continues from around the wicket, defended back down the pitch by Parkinson. And that's the final ball of the over. Another wicket maiden from Shane Snater, 3 for 8.
So this is the partnership that batted through the first session unscathed at the start of day 3, but they're gonna have to bat through effectively 2.5 sessions. Sorry, not 2.5, 1.5 sessions if Kent are to get a draw from this game. One Kent fan who's just messaged me, I think must have been headed off somewhere for a holiday because he was heading off on a flight and has just seen the score having landed. So having missed all of the all of the various goings on in between. As Denley plays off the back for up towards mid-off. Taps his bat and waits. Here comes Harmer. Denley down the pitch. Up towards mid-off. In and bowls. Back goes Denley. Drives up towards wide mid-off.
Do you think Wes Agar will give it another go with the bat?
I would have thought he will. Albeit if Kent need to bat for 40 overs with Wes Agar out there. Not sure his shoulder would hold out for that sort of... well, I don't know for sure, but that feels like an awful long time to possibly bat in severe discomfort. 111 runs the deficit. Parkinson with a bit of an inside edge into the onside. That previous Harmer delivery, here he comes again. Oh, and it's edge past Jordan Clocks at slip. He's just rolling gently away towards the Frank Woolley stand. Good running actually from the batting pair. They come back for 3. Jordan Cox has thrown the ball to the non-striker's end, and I think Matt Parkinson might have inadvertently ran in the way of the ball and taken it on the hamstring. It's just rubbing at the back of his leg there. It was a good chase from Cox in the end. So now Denley on strike for the final ball of the over.
Quite a discussion going on between Tom Weston and Simon Harmer for this final ball, how they want the field set up.
So Harmer for the final time in the over. Bowls to Denley. Pretty much for Denley, everyone apart from the short fine leg in front of square, with a couple packed in on the leg side in close and a couple in the leg side deep, but goes to one of the shorter fielders for a dot ball. 89 for 7 at the end of the over. The deficit then down to 108 runs, but just 3 more wickets required for Essex for the victory. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, BBC Sport Online.
I've had an email from Max in Lincolnshire, who is involved at Chelmsford Cricket Club, and is vice president there. Club Aaron Beard and Sam Cook know well, as Snater is in with a shorter ball, which Parkinson flashes at. I'm enjoying listening to the commentary. He likes to keep in touch, as I mentioned. Sam Cook and Aaron Beard. Matt says, I tried umpiring on many occasions and rarely enjoyed it. I made a bad decision in one Sunday game and it spoiled the match. The problem is, players umpiring themselves, usually for about 10 overs, especially at the 4th team friendly level I played at. They're at best inconsistencies and at worst cheating. As Snater turns on his mark. Parkinson on strike. That's a bouncer that just ducks, has Parkinson ducking out of the way. Max goes on to say, once I was bowling leg spin and turning it a long way, but even though I was pitching it not far outside off stump, I kept getting widered by the young lad umpiring. In 20 years of serve playing, I only had 2 LBWs and lost count of the stumpings not given. I had a shin high return catch not given. It was the batsman's birthday and they got him to a century.
Wow, I mean that sounds like a lot of bad luck, I'm not going to lie.
Again, 89 for 7 as Snater is in, and that one's clipped into the leg side by Parkinson. He'll come through for the single. Max says the Essex League started using panel umpires in the Premier League about 20 years ago, can't remember exactly. And on the news, one of our senior players commented that stopped the cheating. Now we've just got incompetence.
Well, I guess that's the your description of the scenario without panel umpires and it just being players on each side is that you were completely at the mercy of somebody from the opposition giving you a decision, which often they're not going to do because they'll get heckled by their own team if they give you out.
Snater into Denley. He takes a swipe at that one. It's through to Pepper. Max finishes by saying, I'd encourage any player who isn't playing regularly or wants to keep involved to seriously consider taking it up. I can remember watching Ben Debenham playing many years ago, and now he's on the county umpiring panel. Yeah, they are so short of umpires, and I know it can be a thankless task of sorts at times, but the more people that train up, do the courses, the better. And the more variety of people officiating the game. As Snater moves in past the umpire to Denley, plays that one with a straight bat.
Well, as he's described it at the top of that email, without umpires who, particularly at the amateur level, give up their time to do it, the game can descend into chaos when it's being managed by members of the interested parties within the game.
In comes Shane Snater. Then he taps his bat, plays that one back down the pitch to the Essex bowler for a dot ball to finish. 90 for 7 on the board for Kent.
Yeah, I can't remember the contents. I remember doing my level 1 umpiring course quite a while ago. I can't remember. It was too long ago to really remember what sort of content was in there, but one would assume that there's a few levels that you can work your way through. as there is in, say, coaching. And this one defended away by Matt Parkinson out towards point.
There's been a particular initiative in Essex in the last couple of years to get more women into umpiring. We spoke about it on Around the Wicket on BBC Essex a couple of weeks ago, and they've just had the latest ECB course of umpiring for everyone as well.
One turns back. There's an appeal for LBW. I thought there was bat involved there. Essex seemed pretty excited. Definitely turned back sharply, that delivery from Harmer to Parkinson. As Harmer is in again and bowling. That one goes past the outside edge.
Is Jordan Cox back to the kneeling position with Harmer bowling now?
Yeah, I thought it'd come off the bow of the Parkinson's glove, that previous one. This one's turned away. Out towards mid-wicket. It was debatable regardless though. As Harmer bowls. Parkinson once more deep in his crease, playing with a straight bat to the short mid-wicket fielder. Kent 90 for 7. 107 runs behind in their second innings as Harmer beats the outside edge. There's an appeal once more, but I don't think Parkinson's hit that at all. So Harmer on top, threatening over. 20 overs he's bowled today. 8 maidens, 3 for 30. Certainly has looked back to his old self in terms of wicket threat. As the two subfielders, Thane and Cushy, just swapping over for a moment. Out there for Essex. As we approach 3 o'clock on this final day.
Essex seconds have got Sussex seconds 21 for 4 in their T20 at Garran Park in Southend. Jamal Richards with 2 of the wickets, 1 for Benkenstein and 1 for Ben Allison as well. Earlier, Adam Rossington, who was captaining the side, made 106 on his return from injury.
I think they might win that one.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
It's the old 3 wicket. We're back to the old 3 wickets in the power play. Most likely to win a game type scenario.
Shane Snater around the wicket to Denley. Knocks that one into the offside. Jogs through for the single.
Just have a look at what Kent's second 11 are doing, because they started an hour later against Middlesex Polo Farm just up the road. Middlesex 135 for 5 in the 14th over there. 1 wicket for Jaden Denley. He's picked up a run out. A couple of scores in the 30s. From De Caires and White for Middlesex. Cullen currently on 27, but Kent seemingly doing okay in that one. As Snater continuing this around the wicket attack.
And he is in to Parkinson, closing to the offside for no run. Afternoon to Mark, who's been in touch on the emails. He's listening and watching the live stream from Ho in Israel. It says, as a youngster in the 1970s, I played many times with the Essex Young Amateurs, so good to see Essex doing well. Thanks for your email, Mark.
Whereabouts in Israel?
Didn't say. Just in Israel.
Oh. There we go. Always like to hear where people are listening and tuning in from.
Snater around the wicket with a shorter ball, which Parkinson ducks under. It bounces through to Pepper. And we had from Cyprus earlier.
from Ukraine yesterday.
We did, yeah.
Andrew in Japan is often listening in. Sends us some tweets. Kent fan.
91 for 7 as Snater moves into Parkinson. Tries to turn that one round the corner. Bounces through to Pepper.
Oh yeah, I missed out this email earlier on, by the way. Philip got in touch with us about the Middlesex v Somerset game in 1977 that got played at Chelmsford.
Oh, the email we had earlier from one of our listeners.
Who was mentioning this game and saying why did it happen to host the game?
As Snater is in and Parkinson is up on his toes to dab that one down.
Because this was a championship game, right?
Yes, it was Peter who got in touch on the email.
So, Philip Bailey getting in touch, who is, along with being a Kent fan, is a cricket statistician. He says it was supposed to be played at Lord's the week before, but got postponed so that the rain delayed Gillette Cup semi-final between the sides could be played instead.
Snater into Parkinson, fuller delivery, which he works away into the leg side. It's going to be chased by the captain, Tom Wesley, as the players come back for at least 2. They'll come back for 3, in fact, as Wesley gets there, but it's no ball.
So yeah, 2 for the no ball, then 3 runs taken. Yeah, Philip goes on to say the rearrangement was a sore point for Kent as they shared the championship that year with Middlesex. And had Middlesex been made to play on the original dates, they would have been washed out and not got any points. Controversy from 1977 about the rearranged fixture at Chelmsford.
Hope that answers your question, Peter.
Hopefully Friday night will be more straightforward in terms of the result. Either way.
Denley on 21 as Snater is into him again with a shorter ball, which strikes him on the outside of his thigh. And that's the end of the over. Kent 96 for 7.
Another thing coming back on. Looks like Jamie Porter's going to nip off. So Essex back to 2 subfielders out there at the moment. Trying to secure 3 more wickets to win the game. Parkinson on 7, Denley on 21. Tea is set on the final day, isn't it? At 3:40. Don't know if that is movable in terms of how many wickets have been lost. I'm not sure it necessarily is. This one's defended away by Parkinson. We'll see if Kent can bat for another half an hour. We'll find out. There should be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a few minutes' time after the news. Forward comes Parkinson. Small, here he comes. Defended away. Did have a... Oh, I missed an email. Or a tweet, sorry. It's Jason getting in touch saying Kent's batting is not awful by any stretch, but the real issue is the lack of first innings bonus points, as this one's defended away by Matt Parkinson, which has been a problem for a few seasons now. In addition, it's rare for any of the players to hit a decent patch of form in the same game. I guess that could be said to be true. This one's defended away by Parkinson in the sense that yesterday I think Kent had a few decent partnerships. You could argue that maybe was having a chat with someone earlier who was suggesting that perhaps they shouldn't have been bowled out yesterday, though, with the way that the pitch was playing and the situations they got themselves into as Parkinson defends. Arguably could have batted out of the day, and that would have left Essex more to do on this final day. I guess if you look at the Kent tallies, apart from the second innings against Somerset, where obviously Crawley gets a double 100 and 3 batters past 50. Worcestershire, there was a couple of half centuries along with the big score from Jack Leaning, the big Bell-Drummond-Denley partnership in the Essex game. Sorry, Compton-Bell-Drummond partnership, and then Bell-Drummond and Denley in the Somerset game. Sometimes partnerships might be an issue. Yeah, and so far Essex day, and they're looking to take 3 more wickets now to win this game here at Canterbury against Kent, who are 96 for 7 in their second innings. Joe Denley is still there on 21. Matt Parkinson with him. Grant Stewart bowled by Shane Snater from around the wicket. It was a super delivery that got through the defence of Grant Stewart. He was out for 1. Snater taking the wicket after having seen spin take most of the wickets in the morning session. They were not looking as effective in this afternoon session, so Snater came back on and immediately got the wicket of Joey Everson, LBW. So he has 3 wickets, as does Simon Harmer, who took 3 for 30 earlier on. Kent is still 101 runs behind in the match, so Essex wouldn't have to bat again at the moment. Critchley about to come back into the attack, who took 5 wickets yesterday. So 3 more required for Essex to try and win this game. They are still very much the favourites, as Denley clips this one away for a single. He's on 22. Elsewhere in Division 2, Sussex and Middlesex look certain to play out a draw at Lords. Of course, yesterday Surrey lost to Hampshire, which would certainly liven up the Division 1 table. If Essex were to win this game, that would really close the gap at the top, while Kent would still be in the bottom 2 of the division. Let's see how it plays out. You can hear commentary on the BBC Sport app and website. Kent here 97 for 7.
Critchley is into Parkinson, who's forward to the ball. He's replaced Shane Snater bowling from the pavilion end. Just a bit loose in that final over from Shane Snater, as Critchley is in, and that's turned into the leg side. But 100 first-class wickets for Essex for him now, having taken 2 crucial wickets after lunch. 97 for 7. Critchley is in, full of ball, slightly leg side, dabbed away by Parkinson. They'll come back for 2. Bit of extra encouragement in the field for Matt Critchley into Parkinson on the front foot, pushing into the offside. 1 wicket for him in this second innings. Critchley into Parkinson, defending again.
Looked like the googly, possibly, that one.
3 from the over, 99 for 7. I updated the BBC Sport Cricket Live page at lunchtime with my thoughts on Essex's morning session, and I said that I thought spin would be key for Essex in this afternoon session. So it shows how much I know, because it's Shane Snater that's taken both the wickets for Essex, with Kent 99 for 7.
I was absolutely with you, to be honest, though, because Snater got the early wicket and then Seam was being played quite comfortably, so they went to the double spin, and that's what took the wickets. So yeah, you assumed that it was going to be Harmer and Critchley once again that would be the men to take the wickets in this session, but actually Denley was fending them off pretty well with Everson up the other end before Snater came back on and took the 2 wickets. Gone back to the double spin now with Critchley coming back into the attack. Harmer still going. Denley drives him out into the covers. 100 comes up for Kent. Probably a slightly more generous round of applause than it needs to be, because Kent is still well behind the game as Parkinson drives. That's more pleasant into the covers from him. I think Matt Parkinson playing cover drives deserves a greater round of applause than Kenrich and 100 for the loss of 7 wickets, but there we go.
I know we're about to focus our attentions on the T20 Blast, but news from Lancashire. James Anderson expected to play in the 2 championship games at the end of next month.
Turned away into the onside. I had seen a rumour about this, actually.
One of which would be here.
Yeah, good luck bowling on this wicket, James. That's not what you want to be doing at the age of 40 plus. Toiling away on flat deck here at Canterbury. Where's the other one? Home game, presumably, as this one's played off the back foot by Denley.
Nottinghamshire at Southport.
I don't know what the
I had heard the
Southport
rumour
tends to be
about that
like.
because if it does turn out that he doesn't continue to play county championship, they could be on for a big crowd at Southport.
This one clipped away. I wonder if a few more might travel to Canterbury, see him take part here. Well, because they, against Nottinghamshire, didn't pick Nathan Lyon the other week because he was only allowed to play a certain number of games during his stint. As Denley comes down the pitch and is caught a mid-on. Good take by Aaron Beard, but Joe Denley's patience finally snaps and he goes for the big shot off Simon Harmer. We saw him deposit him for a couple of sixes yesterday. This time he's teed it up straight to Aaron Beard at mid-on. I think he was eventually caught at mid-on, wasn't he, yesterday by Aaron Beard?
Yeah, it was Aaron Beard off Critchley's bowling yesterday.
And on that occasion, he dropped his bat in frustration. This time he's flicked it up in the air and caught it, as if to say, what have I done? Why have I given it away? Having faced 73 deliveries, he's then plopped a catch to mid-on. And although he's getting a polite round of applause for his efforts, he knows that he's slightly given away his wicket needlessly there. And Harmer now has 4 for 32. Essex just need 2 more wickets to win, and this surely now is a formality with an injured Wes Agar and Arafat Bhuyan, the only 2 batters remaining to join Matt Parkinson out there in the middle. And now I guess we can start talking about what the Division 1 table is going to look like going into those next couple of rounds of matches, because it looks pretty likely that Essex are going to win this one now.
It looked quite an uncomfortable catch for Aaron Beard. Wasn't as simple as the one he took of Joe Denley yesterday. It sort of was straight chest height, and he seemed to catch it. I'm just trying to see if I can see a replay. Seemed to catch it, but maybe almost have to juggle it and hold it into his chest to keep hold of it. He didn't celebrate straight away. I wonder whether he slightly winded himself, but everyone else, by the time they'd run over to him, he's up on his feet and he's fine.
Yeah, it was hit pretty firmly by Denley, but didn't ever get the elevation that he was looking for, didn't get underneath it.
Four wickets now for Simon Harmer.
Haven't had it confirmed yet whether or not Wes Agar will bat. So it may well be that Essex just need 1 more wicket. As I alluded to earlier, is it worth the risk for Wes Agar if realistically he's got to bat until 6 o'clock? I think maybe if he was with Denley, you might risk it. If it's with Arafat and say Matt Parkinson were to get out, I'm not sure whether or not Kent would take the risk, in the likelihood that it may not last long anyway. We'll wait and see. But of course he did bat in the first innings. Definitely didn't quite look particularly comfortable out there.
Matt Critchley to continue to bowl from the pavilion end to Parkinson. Back down the pitch. Mark's been back in touch on the email in Israel because we weren't sure where he was. So I'll get to that in a moment. Parkinson is on 10 as Critchley is in, lofts it up, and it's through the gap between short leg and two kneeling slips now. Simon Harmer and Jordan Cox, both in that position. It must be quite difficult to be agile that low down sideways.
Yeah, you very much need the ball to come to you, I think.
Critchley into Parkinson, who takes a swipe at that one. Pepper behind the stumps takes it and whips the bails off. We'll just place them back as Parkinson walks out of his crease, just settles himself again. 3 dot balls so far from Critchley, who's in once more to Parkinson, slightly more leg side. He's just motioning the movement of the ball with his hand as he walks back to his mark. Critchley in once again. It's a straighter delivery. Parkinson bats back. And Critchley in for the final ball of the over to Parkinson, which he clips into the leg side for no run. Maiden over, Kent 101 for 8. Mark says, and I have to apologise for pronunciations and geography, Beat Shemesh, in the middle of the country, halfway between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Much warmer than in Essex, but no local cricket, hence the enjoyment of the live stream and the commentary.
Fantastic, thank you. Hope he's keeping okay out there. With everything going on politically as well. So Harmer to continue from the Nackington Road end. Silly point, slip and short leg in play. As Harmer is in and bowling. Defended away into the onside by Parkinson. Little hint of inside edge. Sorry, it's Arafat on strike. That was his first ball faced. Off an appeal by Harmer. Yeah, I haven't seen loads of Arafat Bhuyan with the bat in hand, but would argue perhaps he looks almost more comfortable against pace. As Harmer bowls to him, he goes back and pushes this one away into the covers. Sound enough technique, but yeah, you had a bit of fun in the Surrey game, coming in late on and taking the attack to Kemar Roach. Just getting forward and trying to defend up against Simon Harmer at the moment, and plays this back to the bowler.
There's a lot of pressure on Matt Parkinson now.
Arafat forward and plays it up towards mid-on. Yeah, I think with the loss of Denley, any hopes of an unlikely Kent draw probably go out the window. Somebody at the Nackington Road end has drawn said conclusion and is driving off in their car to enjoy the rest of their bank holiday. This one's defended away by Arafat up towards long on, and they decide not to take the single. So Matt Parkinson is being deemed the more likely batter to face a number of deliveries, and Arafat's happy to let him have the strike for the next over. Maiden for Harmer. He's got 4 for 32 from 23 overs, 10 maidens. Different man reborn after yesterday's century, unwanted. Against his bowling, without taking any wickets.
Matt Critchley to bowl from the pavilion end to Matt Parkinson. Fuller ball just pushed into the offside. Tony's been in touch on the email. He says, loving the commentary. Kent would benefit in signing an excellent batsman who has a great record at Canterbury. As Critchley is in, struck on the pads and he's given. Essex get the wicket of Matt Parkinson. who remains in his crease. But Kent are 101 for 9 and Essex are on their way to victory.
Yeah, Critchley, the man yesterday, with his 5-wicket haul, striking again and removing Parkinson. And in fact, the victory has been secured. Wes Agar's not going to bat for Kent, and so that is the victory for Essex, and job done at Canterbury with Kent all out for 101. So the players shaking hands, the Essex players congratulating one another on a job well done. I think they'd have come into today with a little bit of doubt as to whether it might be possible to take 10 wickets the way that the pitch played yesterday. But they just had a little bit of extra help today, and they have absolutely jumped on it, taking the 10 wickets in quick time as well, with almost an entire session's worth of overs still to spare. 4 wickets for Simon Harmer, 3 for Shane Snater, and a couple for Matt Critchley. And a victory along with Surrey's defeat this week, which certainly makes the Division 1 table look particularly interesting at the top end of it. And then, of course, looking towards the bottom of the table, it's a costly defeat for Kent, who, with 3 points added and the possibility of a Warwickshire-Lancashire draw at Old Trafford, could see Kent drop to the bottom of the table. All out for 101 second time around.
It's a really important win for Essex. They needed to keep themselves in touching distance of Surrey going into this break for the T20 Blast. They have the disappointment of the defeat at Somerset. Really good win over Warwickshire last weekend, and I thought we were heading for a draw here at Canterbury, which wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, but knowing what Surrey were doing at Southampton and the way that Hampshire got that win, for Essex to have turned round a frustrating start to day 3 to bowl Kent out, and then have done the same here, having enforced the follow-on day 4, it might be a win that we look back on later on in the season and think that's crucial to the way Essex's season turns out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming into today, the chat I had with Joe Denley last night, just the 6 wickets falling yesterday, really looked like draw was probably the favourite. So the way that Essex have come back today, having had a full day in the field and tired bodies and whatnot, to come back reinvigorated. 3 for 15 from Snater. Harmer looking like a completely different bowler. Critchley chipping in again. Yeah, I think you'd have to say this is a brilliant victory that Essex have managed to pull out the bag.